I'm the most marvelous thing you've ever seen. I just want you all to know that I love you all so much.
Okay, someone got a little too romantic. Don't worry, we'll get him patched up. Until then, I want you to dance. And I want you to blow up husks. So fall in love with someone way out there in the storm and bring them home.
Ooh, that's kind of good.
But you gotta have some level of crowd control, right?
Know where I'm coming from because it's not.
You made no attempt. Yeah, and it's like this is kind of the thing. And I am going to try to come at this from like a reasonable perspective, right? And I know that might upset some people because people like this is obviously a very negative Hassan video. But I think that there is some validity in saying that, yes, I can't moderate my entire chat of people spamming this message. But there's a gray area in between, right?
Ask for it.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going this. I remember watching this drama offline. Oh my god. Absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason that you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought. The problem is, like, both of these things are true. There are streamers that let hate run rampant in their chat, but it's also true that a streamer isn't responsible for every message in their chat. Both things are true. We were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation from someone. And I think also people frame the conversation in a direction that's beneficial towards them at the time. Consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with his son's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
Some sort of lane or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came and electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. And I'm sure they were in very fine to play with the New York Post guys. But nobody has seen this.
I think these people actually do like a huge disservice to their cause. Because, like, it's very obvious that it's
I need level 230, and I'm level 223. Getting 7 levels tonight.
I think that you have a lot of people that are, like, very hateful and, like, extremely toxic and hostile. Like, this is just the way. I mean, after 9/11, like, everybody was like, you know,
XP boost.
the Middle East into glass, right? Like, and so we've had the same thing here. I think that in the long run, people like this.
Okay, I got Survivor Superchargers, 4 of them, and a Trap Supercharger. Ooh, Trap Supercharger. Okay,
because of how extreme that they're saying. And I think that it already has. And that's the problem, is that you take a cause that in some cases is sympathetic, and then you defend things inside of that
Trap
cause that should be
Supercharged.
defensible. And then you alienate people against the cause entirely. Do you see kind of like what's happening there? And I think this is what happens in a lot of cases where when different movements and organizations aren't able to
Damn, I
control
can
their
upgrade that.
extremism
Can I
and
upgrade
like
this?
their extremist
Yes, I
parts,
can.
they
Hell
end up
yeah.
becoming taken over and defined by that extremism. And I think that in that definition, they end up getting repudiated and ignored because they were unable to control that extremism.
Every 10 seconds does not stack. Ah, man.
That's insane.
I don't even. Yeah, okay. Like,
Okay.
I don't.
Just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I honestly felt at times.
It's obviously bad, and it's easy to say that killing civilians is bad, it's evil, and the people that did it are bad and evil people and they're terrorists. That's it. I think that there's also a huge difference when you're talking about targeting civilians versus civilians being killed as collateral. So when you're targeting civilians, there's really no excuse for that.
Damn it, I need Eye of the Storm and
tragic, but that's what happens in wars.
Storm Shards. So
Like,
Eye of the Storm and Storm Shards so I can upgrade this shit.
That he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically.
Yeah, the thing is that the problem is like saying that there's babies in the settlement is, it's not bad on its own, but it's bad when you create a framework that settlers are bad, and settlers, because they're bad, it's okay to do bad things against them, which then justifies doing bad things against those people. You see, kind of like, it's not necessarily the individual action, it's the kind of cause and effect that that action leads to. Both sides are targeting civilians. I don't think that it, like, I mean, I'm not a big Israel fan either. Like, I'm not gonna, like, if you tell me that Israel did something really bad, I'm not gonna say, oh, well, but it wasn't that bad. No, I would say the exact
Ooh, sci-fi llama. Ooh. I almost wanna check that out. How do I check that out? yeah. Okay, what is that? Atomic light expander.
It's so easy.
I almost want to get
so
that.
Easy to be reasonable about this.
Because that just seems cool.
How is it hard to be reasonable about this? Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people then can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like, I don't think it's really like, it's you're not resisting somebody. Like, when you're raping them, like, this isn't resistance, is it? Like, what is this? So good.
Oh man, I don't know if I want to do that one. Put it on the Alright, so we can't do nothing except for these missions right here. Retrieve the data. We'll do that one. Gotta go check my food.
They pin you to the ground if you try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, and spit on you. Sounds pretty bad. Oh shit. I mean, I could easily see this happening, right? I mean, like, this is what's been happening for thousands of years, right? I mean, like, you can easily expect this to happen. It's been happening forever.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if...
See, I think this is the reasonable perspective to have, and I think that most people probably see it this way, and I think that the language and the rhetoric of, like, the baby settlers, the, you know, not caring about the raves, or thinking that it's a revolution when you're killing civilians, I think that what that does is that radicalizes people, and it actually makes them less sympathetic to the civilians that are in Gaza that have been killed. I think it makes people way less sympathetic to it. And I feel like it's been massively counterproductive. And like, after seeing this happen over the year, I've seen how people's perspectives has changed and shifted, and I think that I think it's observable that that's happened. They're hurting their cause. They are. They're hurting their cause.
Their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that I'm in favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained. What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Where the fuck did I put my thing in? I'm sleeping with it. Oh, there it is. Ha!
Right? What would have happened if Hamas had done that to people in China?
What's up, Gucci man?
Uh-oh.
Drop my headphones.
In that situation would be to...
I done stretched them so big, because my head's so big. They don't fit my head anymore.
Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have...
Oh yes.
First set of actions would be to democratically...
We need to retrieve
Oh.
before we're overwhelmed by the storm.
The problem is...
We're gonna get overwhelmed.
...with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a
Oh,
lot of sense
come
that
on.
there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an
We need
ethnic
to retrieve
minority
the
in
data as
Israel,
usual,
would not
but
be
this
safe?
time we need
After
to
all,
watch the
Israel
storm.
is a country of
Exposure to the storm
refugees.
will hurt you.
If the Jews didn't
A
come
lot.
from Europe,
A lot.
Take damage when you're in the
from the
storm, so
surrounding
keep an
Arab
eye on your head.
countries that expelled
Oh yes. She's got a ninja sword, because she's just a badass. Ooh, ooh. Hi, you can't walk through the doors, suckers.
A million Jews.
A lot of this, by the way, I don't really have like a lot of get it. I don't know all the history of this, so it's hard really for me to say this is true.
Yeah, you got destroyed. Oh, shit, there's another one.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna,
yeah, let's take that.
People want to talk about it in the comments, they can talk about it in the comments or chat, but...
Oops, I destroyed you.
Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands.
Oh, there's another one. They must have destroyed the chest here. Oh, wait, never mind. I was lying, the chest's right there. I almost destroyed it. Ooh, and even bonus rewards. Yeah.
Zero Jews left in these countries. Just to give you
That was a
an
good
idea,
chest.
here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews.
This bathroom makes me want to play RimWorld. Ha ha
Had
ha.
140,000. Now it has
Man, that's a terrible ass bathroom too.
150,000 Jews now. And I want to give a special shout out to my
Dude, there's another chest up here.
one known Jew.
Yeah, it's still up higher.
I mean, aren't you kind of like giving away his position, man? Like, damn. They haven't found him yet?
Yeah, I hear
like,
you now.
What the fuck?
What's up?
Snitching him out.
He's the one Afghan Jew. They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property,
What's up?
and migrate to the only place in the world.
It's like I break something and then I'm going around in a circle
The irony of
just to
whole
get this
situation
chest.
is that after the
Yes.
1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic
Let's see.
against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them
Some
all
more
out,
chests
a
in here.
million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most,
Yes.
Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are
Oh, man.
surrounded
I'll
by
take fall damage.
Islamic
Let's
militant
see.
terrorist groups that
I was
have
just in here, wasn't
stated
I?
their goal is to
Oh,
annihilate
there's something
Israel
right
as
there,
a
though.
Jewish.
Oh, come on. Can I jump up and... Okay, maybe I can't get into that spot because... Oh, never mind.
They pulling an Elon? That's crazy. Wow.
State. And considering the historical context of Jews being poked
Oh, they're
from
destroying the
their
chest.
countries, is it really crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit? And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement.
Oh,
Despite what
shit.
you read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey,
There we
Ethan
go.
Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a worker. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being
See,
a worker.
I think this is what the problem is that a lot of people, I think, are sympathetic to Palestinians, and I don't even think that a lot of people like Netanyahu either. But the problem is that it seems like the side of people like that are very extremist are not even willing to give any ground. And I think that what that does is it radicalizes people in the opposite position. And it ends up
Where
hurting
are
the
these
people that
zombies
are living
at?
there more than if people could just find the common ground that maybe there are bad actors in both of these different governments.
I hear them,
and
but I
working
don't
towards
see
the
them
best
anywhere.
solution for the actual civilians and citizens there is what should be the goal, not trying to justify or, make excuses for which different type of militant government killing civilians is right. I feel like it almost, to me, and this is going to
That's
be
a nice couch.
conspiracy, right?
I want that couch.
It almost feels to me like there's an intentional misinformation campaign where the goal is
Okay,
to
where are these
destabilize
zombies at?
people's
'Cause
perspectives
usually
in
it
order to
indicates
prevent
another
people from
freaking
seeing that there's
chest.
very obviously a huge problem here. And I feel like most reasonable people can see that. That's not a conspiracy. And yeah, that's just how I feel about it, right?
Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots, they're monsters, they're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valuable.
What a sucker.
When you talk about colonial settlers and stuff that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now.
I found the landing site.
These people
The
are
location
more
of
or
the
less
landing site has been
military
added to your
targets,
map.
in my opinion. My only crime
Any
is
attacks from
wanting
the
a
storm's
two-state
creatures could corrupt the
solution
data.
instead of one. And
You'll
thinking
want to
it's
build
not
defenses
okay
around the
to kill
balloon's landing
Israeli
site.
civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi.
Is that Frogan? Okay, that's what I thought.
That's it.
Of course.
That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hassan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
I feel like a Nazi Zionist. I feel like that's like the people that were calling Obama a atheist Muslim. Really, I mean, like, it's just the same, it's the same group of people. It's so fucking retarded, it's amazing. It's an oxymoron? Yes.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, well, what is she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Well, oh, he's,
Or is there?
yeah.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Get that client about your ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist. You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan.
Who does this over the internet? By the way, my understanding is that there's like mandatory military service. It's like 3 years for men and 2 for women if you're an Israeli citizen. So like being in the IDF isn't like some sort of criticism. It's like if you live in Israel, you are compelled to do that. Like you have to do that. It's not like she signed up. She's like, I hate Palestinians. I want to go and kill them. You had to do this.
Smasher!
Oh my god.
Feel bad for you guys. Get that client about your ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist. I'm tired, bro.
This guy?
What, 2 smashers? What? Seriously. Oh, just go. Go away. Sweet dude. Okay. Okay. I am.
Now, I'm not going to say the name, the group that the doctor was a part of.
Nope.
Oh my god, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro.
This guy's a hustle.
You're my girl, bro. I love you, bro. You're as beautiful as that. Well, I think I look
Which is like, and the problem is that, and this is kind of what the issue is that I think that there are a lot of reasonable Americans that do have a lot of criticism.
Oh no, come on. Stupid boy.
And how much
Bumped me right off the freaking map.
And the issue is that I think extremists like this guy here
Oh well.
alienate people who have
I'm
a reasonable
dead.
perspective on that, and just a modern perspective on that, and they turn it into like some kind of like weird fucking anti-Semitic, bullshit, basically. Okay, 3, 2, 1. And
The funny thing about
do you see my point though, right? About how these people's extremism ends up being counterproductive to their goals. Because like that's what my point is with like all of these things.
I don't like terrorism. I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians,
Terrorism is. Can we get an L in the chat for terrorism?
It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals.
Yeah, that's bad.
I
Wow.
don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know that. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing this gun. Poor Nick. Caught in the middle. He has no idea. This is the music video. Son. They're taking over these ships. They started targeting the ships. The people on this helicopter right now. Yes.
The storm wall's getting close.
Yeah, they're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to
Where'd my
understand.
controller go? Oh yeah. Okay, I'm back. Okay. We got most of the map explored, I guess.
So like, I don't really think this is.
Did we get the
really, like,
exploration
flexing on
badge?
because it's like you're basically like.
Oh, not yet.
It's like you're pay to win, flexing on free to play. Like these people don't even have guns.
Oh, I did it. I don't know about the other dude.
It's not even a fair fight. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they're kidnapping the ship, yes. It's like, this isn't the Pirates of the Caribbean.
We think the Houthis
It's the bot lobby, yes.
Doing,
There we go. I think we just got it there.
Hezbollah is a
Maybe. I don't know.
Do you like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them.
The only way we're going to retrieve all of the data is to shoot the balloon down as
They are
soon as
designated by the
possible.
American state military.
So bring down that balloon, download that data, and get ready to move.
He is, regardless, a pretty brilliant person.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you don't need to, like, and the thing is that this guy, I will give Hassan credit, both Hassans here. I've heard this guy speak, I think he's pretty smart too. I might disagree with him, I might think he's wrong, but he's a well-educated, smart guy. It's the same thing I said about the Nazis.
Defend that data.
He was? Oh yeah, they killed this guy. It was like, what, 6 months ago or so? He sounds smart? Yeah. Well, because I remember, so the first time that I heard about this guy is whenever I played the game Twitter Terrorist. And I kept seeing all of these comments that were
How am I
really
messing with that?
And it was from this fucking guy. And so I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Who is this guy? So I looked at some of this stuff he said. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I can see that, yeah. Well, he's well-spoken, yes. That was the worst part, is that in the Twitter terrorist thing, if the comment was very well-spoken, and it was, like, informed by, like, historical context, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's this guy that probably said it. I don't know what he said.
Of, like, everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
Those magic cards?
America in the way that I feel about it. And if you want America to get out of the way, or places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is...
But anyway, just to make sure that, like, I was not supporting the guy, and I think that it is kind of problematic. It's like, if you're referring to Hitler as an Austrian painter, everybody knows what you're trying to do. Everybody knows it. Everybody gets it. What are we doing? He was, though, right? He was.
No.
But technically...
is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond,
Right,
democratic idea.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new way.
This does sound very bad, because basically what he's saying is that he is acting as like a funnel for people to become even more radicalized.
Yeah, etc.
Yeah, it sounds very bad.
Through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. Your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you wanna call it, you're doing, I know this opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hassan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Which the thing is that I agree with. That's the thing. It's a lot of people that were critical of me. People have been critical of me because I've defended Hassan in a lot of cases. It's because I hear that and I say, yeah, I agree.
Another file.
Nope.
Catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization.
But that's where it stops. I don't agree with the funnel. I just think that that's good.
To raise a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm
saying I am.
Okay.
I'm
saying I am. I just want to put it.
Propaganda is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda. And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Well, dude, I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most scummy, vile, fucking...
Oh, man.
I'm confused. Why are they mad? Yeah, I don't even understand that.
Protect the fort.
Liberals
Last clip here.
are incredibly stupid and hate these petulant liberals.
Well, to be fair.
Fucking liberals.
It's sociopathic.
Another file.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Sorry.
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him. And that pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming.
I think probably what happened is that basically a lot of Hassan's audience were the people that were like super hardcore, like basically pro-terrorism and like pro-October 7th. And they viewed Ethan, and because his wife was from Israel, they viewed them as like ideological enemies, and that alienated Ethan. That's effectively what happened. That's like, I mean, if I'm looking at this from an outside perspective, that's what I think, that's what seems like is what happened. They went super hard on her? Yeah, basically.
Data's looking good.
Hassan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hassan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. Every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely we went too far.
And the file successfully retrieved. The terrorist stuff is explicitly stated against TOS. And it's even against TOS in the context of education. It is. It's explicitly stated. You don't understand because the video is taking every piece of a video to fabricate a message he wants to say. I could just say with you and another person, some of the quotes he used in the video were ironic, some were real. I think that there is a degree, and I think that you bring up a good point, that Ethan clearly is a biased actor, and you should look at every clip that he provides of Hassan saying these things and look at it with a grain of salt. I think that that's a completely valid perspective to have, and that's totally fair to say, and that's why I'm not going off the handles on any one specific thing or whatever. I think there's a confluence of things that are coming together collectively.
Someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more radical, more disturbing.
I think this was a big mistake. Twitch probably, and I think this is an issue that Twitch is having, is that I think that there's going to be an extreme radical political event that happens in the next 6 months to 12 months. And when that extreme radical political moment happens, you're going to have a lot of extremist rhetoric on the platform that Twitch won't know how to deal with because they've allowed it to get to this bad of an extreme. And that rhetoric will how problematic it is. And it's going to cause a mass advertiser exodus, and it will effectively end up nuking Twitch. That's what I think is going to happen. this in the bud over a year ago. But they let things radicalize and get so bad that now it's almost impossible to get rid of them. And also, I think one of the big problems is that some of the sympathizers are people that work at Twitch themselves.
To take this on, and so it was war. Nuclear.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing is nothing weak, I'm a simple man. Now, I gotta admit, I think the song's done a really good job mainstreaming himself and like getting involved in like different interviews and stuff. I respect it a lot. Because, like, you know, for me, I'm very much more, like, you know, closed off, and I don't like to do that kind of stuff. I can respect that. I think he's done a great job at it.
That
understands
Joe right from wrong.
Yeah. I don't think that influential voice will help be a part of
I'm an idiot. Dumb.
smart talking about. I've got the something. It's not. It's as a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content. I think it's funny.
And there are babysitting.
Okay. I didn't know. All right. That I guess that's the intro. Okay. Give me a minute. I need to use the bathroom. All right. That's the intro. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your location. Let's see what you can do in this power. You can sign up for Netflix from a different country. Well, why would you want to do that? It was $14. It's now $3.66.
Wow.
Okay, but it even gets better than that. Netflix and all the streaming apps have different catalogs for each region. So let's say, for example, I want to watch some Dragon Ball Z Broly, but it's not available in the USA. So all you need to do is switch locations to Canada, refresh, and boom, that easy and fast Dragon Ball Z time. I use these websites to help find what shows I'm looking for. You can type in the show you want,
There
and
it
it'll
is.
say which region to connect to. The amount of content I have access to is insane. It's super easy to use. It's an app you connect to, and then you pick which country you want to connect to. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Go to expressvpn.com/H3HC for 4 free months, or scan the QR code, or go to the link in the description. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN. And now, back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is stranded.
Here we go. All right. Now, I'm going to be honest. What's going on in Israel and Palestine, I have a general idea, but I've got pretty generic opinions about that. Now we're getting into the part that I'm interested in. Here we go.
They're judging on a new advertising vertical. My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hassan, nice to see you, Frogan,
No.
front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Who is it?
Us. Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You can broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I would suggest.
Okay.
Hassan Piker.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great.
Sounds pretty
No,
good.
You. Give it up for Hassan Piker, buddy. Happy birthday,
It's a
buddy.
lot of terrorists.
This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys have got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. It's amazing.
Even as somebody who is a very big fan of America, I think America's the best country in the world. I do think that you should be able to package anti-Americanism however you want. I think that is freedom of speech. In the same way that it's okay to burn a flag. Maybe not anti-Semitism because it's hate against a group of people, but hate against the nation I think is totally fair. I think criticism against the country is totally fair. I think one of the most
Yo, what's up,
American
Casey?
things to do is to be able to criticize criticize America. That's my perspective.
How's it going, bro?
Ladies and gentle ladies, Brogan.
That's why we have the First Amendment, boys.
Girl, you look good. Great job on that air tier list.
Fell down? I didn't even see this. They really fucked up with it. How did you think this was okay to do? Like, how did you think that you could go to TwitchCon and do a race tier list? What a big mistake!
That was good. How much we get for that? We got 10 million from Qatar for that. That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about Twitch. Here's the thing. With help from people like Hassan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right?
Yeah.
They're not terrorists. They're go ahead.
Freedom fighters.
Go ahead. He knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them? And another one. The resistance isn't perfect. What? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hassan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
And I think also, everybody acknowledges that for thousands of years, there have been rapes and brutalizations of civilians in the acts of war. But I think the problem in this circumstance is the seeming lack of being able to call that out and saying, this is universally bad, it's evil, it shouldn't be happening. I think that's what the issue is. It's not that it even has happened, because I think it's obvious that it's going to happen. It's that people make excuses.
Target not yet located.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have a bother for this shit. Really.
Damn!
Abortion is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget the religion. The song is the obvious of the masses. For anyone saw through this.
Jesus!
Or that designer dog.
This brings... Bro, yes, this is true. He actually is bringing the dog into it. Oh my god. Even the fucking dog.
You know, it comes with price. Chow chows and shit.
Oh, fuck no.
They're very cute, by the way. But those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media, influencing young kids everywhere. Normalized terrorism. If we could rebrand it, then fuck the US Navy.
Target located.
This is a big shit.
Drop the Atlas on the
This is the
target when
Army
you're
ads
ready.
on Twitch. The Army is fucking bro. Dude, I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love for it. They're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Kicking it on. But look at what we've already done with the song. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. We got a big party for you after.
Bonus challenge is now available.
In a way, I do really feel bad for Dan Clancy because he did inherit this clown show. I don't know why. Like, as far as I know, I don't know if he's reached out to Hassan about this at all. I think that whenever all this stuff happened, I think he should have reached out to a number of creators and, like, tried to work this out. Because I think that him not moderating and dealing with their moderation team and the extremism inside of the company, I think it's going to really damage his credibility in the long run. And I find it to be disappointing because I actually really like Dan. And I'm worried that him kind of using the live and let live policy that he generally has, I think it's going to end up doing the opposite. So, and I know you might not like it. I've met Dan, I've talked with Dan personally multiple times, okay? So, like, I've talked to him privately, and it's been fun, right? Just wait. Yeah, so that's... Yeah.
No, don't even, let's wait, because we got a big party party and a cake and everything for you up in the back. Prostitutes too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, we kidding, this guy's a fucking terrorist. He's literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes.
The execution that we will carry out on all Zionists. Well, that seems pretty bad.
And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists.
So this is what they say: God is the greatest. Death to America, death to Israel. A curse upon the Jews. Victory. A curse upon. I feel like that's kind of anti-Semitic.
Nope.
I do. That's the Well, that part's in red, which makes sense because it's kind of. It's a bit of a red flag.
Death to America, curse upon the Jews.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other.
And like, am I crazy for thinking that there's like kind of a distinction between people that are against countries versus against groups?
Open mission control when you're ready to begin.
I don't like my alarm bells don't go off when somebody is like, I hate America or I hate Israel or whatever. But like ethnic groups is very different. Zionism isn't an ethnic group, though. And I think that's very fair for you to have said that about the tweet that he made, but I don't think that it's fair for you to say that when he associates with a group of people that has that as their slogan. It's a bit of a nuance, and I can see where you're coming from, but I don't think that that's enough justification.
Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hassan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hassan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet.
Contains misleading info, contains factual, inaccurate, fabricated info, selective, unfair persuasion. I wonder if they're ever going to put me on this list.
And to give you an idea, he's opposite of InfoWars.
Hang on. Who made this list?
Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are piling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting.
Their hearts go out to everybody who's been negatively affected by Israel. That's what he meant to say.
Child soldiers, shelling civilian areas and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen.
Which, this is like maybe a nuanced perspective to have, and I know this is like a negative video about Hassan, but I actually didn't criticize, and I don't criticize, and I support him interviewing the terrorist guy. I actually think that it's a good thing, because I want to hear from those people. Like, I want to see CNN interviewing Al-Qaeda. I want to hear what they're saying. The problem is that it was conducted in a way that seemed to enable the behavior and justify it, rather than put it into a context that is educational and journalistic. And can you guys see kind of what the difference there is? Because I don't want to have people that can't talk to, like, I like the idea of being able to talk to a person who is an extremist or a radical, and I don't want the idea that you can't talk to them to be a factor. I hate that mindset, because I think that mindset is how you get echo chambers, and that's how you get censorship. So hopefully people can see like the context of this, right?
Also set up landmines at agricultural spots, making the fields virtually.
Yemen army removes 300 Houthi landmines. How the fuck did they have 300 shit, who's giving them money? Probably the U.S.
Making the fields virtually work.
Iran?
Women
okay, wait, it's actually not us this time?
Of course, is punishable by
really?
That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels.
1,181 violations against women, including torture, rape, and murder. The Houthis sure seem like assholes. Yeah, these guys seem like real dicks.
Against women, including torture, rape, and murder.
Yeah, it's so kind of bad.
Not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like,
why do they hate all the Jews? I don't know, maybe this is like me opening a can of worms. Like, why do they hate all of them? Is it like some like ancient Bible thing or like a religion thing or what? It's like a religion thing. It's their war. It's the war enemy. Yeah.
We hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hassan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is, and the problem is that there is a degree, and I think that there is a consideration that criticism of Israel is oftentimes intentionally misinterpreted as anti-Semitism. But the problem is that the opposite is also true. Is that criticism for Jewish people is disguised as criticism for Israel as well. So there's like a lot of intellectual dishonesty that goes both ways. Is Muslim.
Just, you're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticism was the Houthi slogan, do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Still doesn't make it good, right? I mean, like,
oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
Oh, wow! Is Houthis restore slavery in Yemen? Well, that must save a whole lot of money. What Houthi would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hassan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, shit. So, imagine being Nick. You had to go through, like, think about how many OTK controversies we've had. Then you're put in the middle of this, like, terrorism thing with Hassan. And now there's this girl that you're involved with that keeps doing, it's like doing Nazi salutes and like getting drunk at parties and getting banned. Like, I think Nick's hair is gonna go gray before next year. Like, it's actually crazy how many things it's been. I feel bad for the guy, man. Holy shit.
That's right, my friend. Hassan just played straight-up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content.
And I think this is the problem that now Twitch has run into, is that they've turned a blind eye on this stuff. And so because they turned the blind eye on it, every single time that somebody gets banned, all of this stuff gets brought up again, because it's such an obvious example of them not enforcing their rules. It's the consistency, right? Yeah.
Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hassan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
Make it a major world war. This is a 3-minute video of, you know what, maybe I can find one of these guys and we could do like a terrorism tier list. And then we'll see how far Twitch's moderation really goes. Do you think I'd get banned for making a terrorism tier list with actual terrorists? Would I get banned for that? Do you think so? Yeah, I think I'd probably get in trouble for that. Another 2-week vacation. When you get a music video, when you get a music video, I'm expecting like, an example, Chris Brown dancing, you know? No, they do like, what they do musicals. They're very musical people. I know that. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you, look, you think I made this? Is serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, son. No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking, like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys, hold on.
It's just, why do you do that?
A little bit.
You did not need to do that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that alienates people, I think. I think it massively alienates people.
I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
There you go.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people. It's the Austrian painters. I know that. Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these movies on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're gonna take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. See, like, this would be way cooler if the guys on the ship had guns and this was like an actual battle. But like, you're really, I mean, they don't even have guns. It's not even fair.
No.
Yeah, it's like it's terrorism or something. Then they got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter, they gave them a flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ship. They are. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli city. I've heard that there are like Russian billionaires that apparently are like, I don't know if this is true, but they're like taking their own ships out so they can blow up these pirates. Just, I guess, for fun. It's like people like, there's always a bigger fish, man. It's like the safari, yeah. Gary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're gonna take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore.
No.
Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're gonna enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now, with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values.
Sounds pretty bad. Sounds really fucking bad. Those guys got freed about 2 weeks ago. You know what? Maybe the Houthis aren't so bad then. See, they let them go. Hey, WO, how about that?
Claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hassan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
So I'm a propaganda. Oh, no, the record. No, I'm doing it wrong. This is like a hostile. They're streaming this? Yeah. They're flexing. How many views? I wonder how many views they'd get if they did this on Twitch. And hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan?
Don't you tell me that they're going to come to America. We're already dealing with that shit from South. No, man.
To Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of.
No. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. He characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild. So these guys, that's my rough historical understanding as well, is that they're both Semitic people. Right? They did all of this. Is it their helicopter? Yeah. That looks like a legit helicopter. It is a legit helicopter. Probably somehow paid for it. I cannot wait for that Pentagon on it. For that government, that military on it. I cannot wait for that, guys. Because I see these guys that are kitted out 300,000 mines. Where do you get 300,000 mines? I can think of a couple of places. Yeah, I really want to know what that Pentagon is from Iran. Yeah, and where did Iran get them? Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't trust the military at all. I really don't. They take it over. And they tell the people on the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews, okay, they're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
Yeah. What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face.
We're taking over the ship. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Teaching us not to believe our own eyes.
Yeah.
As we watch terrorists possibly kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us, we're taking over the ship.
And once again,
to be honest, I think that probably is true. I don't think that these terrorists probably really care about the crew at all. They probably don't hate the crew. They know that they're just doing their job. But they're going to use them for leverage because they're terrorists, and that's what terrorists do. It's not personal. It's just part of the job.
Still MIA for over a year. Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hassan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you.
Nah, there's a bunch of loot over here, Star. Loot everywhere. Alright, ooh, let me grab that.
Oh
no! Alright, let's see.
I feel so bad for Nick, man. Like, that's crazy.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, that crap is over. There's two guns over here. Alright. So
I bet Hassan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hassan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
That's the word.
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious. You know? But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me. Yeah. But like, I just feel like he was like, yeah, but they're such great dancers.
Oh, that one's defended.
Okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hassan right after? Is that how it works?
I would assume so, yeah.
It's all over this page.
Yeah.
What the?
That's crazy.
Tusk.
Click it. Dude, it's time we say some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hassan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
Alright. What you doing, sir?
9 blue glow.
Oh, you got 9 blue glow. Nice.
I don't know how I got this.
Did you upgrade our shields and stuff?
No, I'm gonna do it right now.
Alright.
Because I remember, like, whenever this conversation came up, I was like, wait a minute, I think I've seen that before. And then I went downstairs and I was like, wait a minute, what is this? How did I get this?
No.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hassan, my
It's just
Oh
like,
yeah, you are God. Ugh.
I think it just makes it look
Nobody
so
joined
bad
us.
to say that, because
That's
it's
crazy.
So obvious that it's
What'd you
just-
find me?
it's so
Oh yes,
obvious what you're
some
doing,
duct tape,
right?
just what I needed.
It's a mixtape.
Mm.
Like, imagine if I was doing this with, like, I don't know, like a Nazi thing or
Alright, what's
anything
that right
else.
there?
Like, I would be banned so fast. I would be done. So everybody would be saying this. Yeah, that'd be a 30-day, man. Like, I'd be on like an indefinite, and I'd be on vacation. But yeah, a mixtape, bro. Like. I think we're good now, right? Everything's fine? Is we good? Yes? Okay, good. I don't know what that was. Anyway.
No.
sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna say which one I think was better. I'm just not. This drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Can't.
Wait, this is the actual audio?
Sorry.
You got a beautiful voice
No.
too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Let's see.
You gotta admit that this is really fucking entertaining. This video is fucking funny. This is so
Israel
stupid.
been real quiet since this drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
Anime mode, yes.
It's been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom
good-looking
fighter.
guy, yeah.
Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothy Chalamet.
stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hassan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
Sick! Yes! Yes! Love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you so much.
We're big fans.
Sorry.
Oh, God. See, like, I did try to defend this, right? I did, because I was like, okay, well, I think you should be able to talk to anybody you want. But, man, bringing them on and saying, I love you, that's a lot, right? I mean, it's not really an interview, is it?
Creeper!
Yeah, many music videos, you can tell them that. I want to ask about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh.
That sounds like something a terrorist would say.
My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool, though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captain?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
Ooh. Well, that's only level 39.
I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just having a... We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hassan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hassan almost asked a good question, but it's actually...
That is a good question. Yeah, whatever happened to the crews? Where'd they go?
...to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did calls with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes them.
So, what, I mean, what... What's so crazy? So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hassan knows,
I wonder why.
Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny.
Well, I'm sure that probably happens, because if it doesn't, maybe they kill you. I don't know. I mean, that's... Yeah. I mean, if I got kidnapped by these guys, I would try to get along with them too. To be fair, I would. Because if I'm going to be stuck here for like a year with these clowns, I would try to get along with them. But they are terrorists, right? I mean, everyone knows this. We all know this. Damn.
No.
The idea of kidnapped crew members
don't get shot,
forced probably at gunpoint to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse on the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of
They don't even have any soda. They just give them water?
Sorry.
Literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere? I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
Yeah, how often do the hostages get KFC?
Ask him now. I want to know.
He says they have to.
Oh, they do have KFC now? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck!
Zero?
There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
I would assume. He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick! Yes! Yes! That's fire! And that's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis on Salah is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some...
Does Luffy kidnap people and then rape and murder them? Does he do that? I don't really watch One Piece. Does he do that? No? Okay.
blowback after this interview, and Hassan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate. He's not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You wanna know why? Because he's not one.
Hard to do a video about it. Look at the fucking subtitles. Being a proper journalist, you get on your knees and suck their dick for about. Yeah. Oh god.
He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position. He is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude, who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother.
Nope.
What do you mean?
Alright, let's just take Hassan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel, he's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. Alright, let's see here.
Oh shit! Uh-oh! Oh shit!
Do you believe this guy would use AI? That's so unethical!
No.
He will burn in the coming hours, ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom.
Ready for sacrifice and eager for... Oh, okay. Sounds good. Just an average guy.
Talking about football, here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media
to boost... So he's retweeting an article that's categorizing him as a Houthi, that has him as the front page image, but he's not a Houthi? Huh.
Boost global prominence and support. Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone.
Israel falls.
No Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. You know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool...
Red arrow?
Nope.
Bro, Gen Z terrorists.
Sorry.
The world is not ready. It does look like a body. It does.
Cool military Hamas thing, this is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me say, Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yeah.
Well, that settles it. Okay.
That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obey, yes, that's fire, and that's so fire. Oh my god, you think the Houthis is doing what Houthi was doing? They're tweeting images of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance, because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low.
I feel like if you're a teenager, like, you can still be a terrorist. I mean, I think you can get into terrorism really early. Yeah, I mean, fuck, man, of course. Yeah, look at Joseph Cody's army. They got kids that's 9 years old with guns.
Expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like.
Yeah, and also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Well, to be fair, this is like an old medieval torture technique, so maybe this guy wasn't Jewish.
The song
This one is
a
specifically
Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hassan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer.
You're gonna, oh no.
Person needs a bigger.
Nope.
Hey, I didn't do it, alright?
No, it's right.
I didn't fucking do it.
The curly things. Oh,
God.
He dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, Arabs-loving propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said this is, I think, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen?
To be fair, Hassan did read that off of chat. Look, watch this.
Why am I held accountable for
look at this. Hassan supposed to be held accountable for someone else's voice. You know he read that and he's like, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm gonna say that.
He said this is, I think, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
I told you guys I'm going to chat real fast.
You platformed it, do you not remember? Did the check not clear something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully...
I think the problem really is just the way that he interviewed the guy. I don't think it was a problem to interview the guy at all. I think it'd be fine.
God dang fucking bore.
It's just...
No.
It seemed like lacing, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's so obvious, right? It's so obvious.
It's really got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods.
What does American individualism have to do with this guy wanting to kill Jews? Like, I mean, I feel like it's not really the same thing. I feel like we're kind of talking about two different things.
On deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking anti-cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is live. It's also, I mean, the thing is that it's true that Israel does bad things, but just because Israel does bad things doesn't mean the other people don't also do bad things. The problem is when you pretend only one side is doing the bad things. Like, I feel like it's just so obvious, right? I mean, isn't it? I mean, am I crazy? I don't think that I'm crazy. Like, and I can even see, like, I think it's very easy for somebody to, especially if you've grown up, and, like, and I've gotten into trouble for saying this, right? But, like, it's easy for me to see how somebody would become a terrorist if they were in an area like that. You've grown up that way, you've had, your entire environment is like that, you've been, you know, culturally groomed to think this way. I can understand why that would happen. You can, yeah, of course you can see why this would happen. But in the same way that, like, you can see how, like, some serial killers become serial killers, that doesn't mean that it's okay to be a serial killer, right? It's like, if you explain, like, hey, yeah, this is what happened, and this is how it got here, it's not an excuse. Well, it's not that it's an excuse, it's that you have to look at how a person's material circumstances cause them to behave in a certain way. I think that's very fair to say that. That's totally okay. But to justify their current actions is the problem. I think that you can do both. You can look at it with a sense of empathy, and you can look at where they're coming from and why this has happened and what led to this outcome, while at the same time condemning their current actions. I think this is the way a lot of reasonable people could see things. It's not an excuse, it's a reason. Yes, exactly. Do not justify. Yeah, yeah, of course. For me, interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby. Clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument, son. What? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? I think that a lot of people use this argument is that it's basically like it's okay for us to do bad things or to behave in ways that are semi-indefensible because we're doing it for like the greater good. Huge, huge problem. That can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, I don't think that's a sole focus. I think that both things can be a focus. And I think this is the problem, is that it's like the one-dimensional nature of how it's turned into. Yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence on either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm doing.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 Pierce, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly
This is an emotional argument that you're using to deflect from the fact that you made criticisms and accusations against somebody that are indefensible. And so you're trying to take a moral high ground to justify what you were doing. That's absolutely what was happening. And by the way, Hassan knows this. He knows he's doing this.
Self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow up here, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man.
Sorry.
Stop being intimidated by these online...
I'm going to be honest. I actually think Pierce Morgan is I think that while he's been critical of, like, Palestine, I think that he actually is sympathetic towards them a lot. And I think that he's provided a lot of coverage to people that are very pro-Palestine, much more so than what a lot of other newscasters have done. I think that initially people looked at his coverage as being a little bit unfair, but he provided a lot of platforms for these people to talk about it. Pierce doesn't like Israel. I get that feeling too. I wouldn't say that, but I get that feeling.
An overnight activist who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th, like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think no.
There it is.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah, this kid. Oh, that's me! I'm in this one!
Like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like, he is a person.
Yeah, because I agree. I can see what he's saying. Yes. Absolutely.
From the experience, it's like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay? Being able to talk
I forgot about this part. Oh god. The Anne Frank thing.
Oh, jeez. I remember I was laying in bed talking to him.
Anne Frank. In real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because...
No, what I agreed on is that I think that a person's material conditions will impact their viewpoints on the world, and I think that if you deny a person their humanity and their liberty, that they will act out and be violent and dangerous. I think that's what will happen. Whether you want to justify that or not, I think that will happen. And if you can't see it from that person's perspective, then you're not understanding the problem. And if you can't understand the problem, you can't solve a problem. So I think the first way to look at why are these people terrorists is to figure out exactly how they got there.
Let's craft.
Because there's basically two ways to get rid of terrorists, right? You can kill the existing terrorists, or you can prevent future people from becoming terrorists. Now, in my opinion, I think you should do both.
In the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then, there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her. You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you to sign. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly.
Not so good.
She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form.
I think Ethan's right. I do. I don't think you can defend that behavior. I think that he does it in a way that's irresponsible and it's also counterproductive. I think he's right about this. I don't see how you cannot come to this conclusion.
Oh wow.
This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. But Son likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversy.
Well, didn't Sean Penn also beat the shit out of Madonna? I mean, I wouldn't really look at Sean Penn as the pinnacle of morality, right? He did, yeah.
Show people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the North. attack civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians. Wow. To help a dictator, Bashar al-Assad, stay in power. They
he's fucking out.
Indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. And what can only be
finally, yeah. As I said, I had a friend who's a family there. Sent me some of the stuff there, and I heard some stuff about that guy, like the way he read things. And after what I heard, I was actually shocked that American media didn't cover it at all. Like it seemed to be like that to me was like another kind of like black pill recently we did. Not as much as I think they should have, proportionally.
As a genocide.
Got glossed
they are
over.
a designated terrorist group by the U.S., by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there's one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Yep. Well, like
I like wow. Wow.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get
smart, but
that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, what do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are.
Miserly. Wait, is it miserly?
I don't have an issue.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not
see,
find
like, I feel like I could have read this from, like, one of those, like, Nazi accounts on Twitter that has, like, a picture of, like, a Roman emperor statue as a profile picture. I feel like this is exactly the kind of shit that I read on Twitter. Or an anime, yeah, no, you're right, or an anime girl.
I do not Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If we all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide.
Guys, I think this... Man, he's really out there, huh? Wow, I don't think he likes Jews.
The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and
oh, I ran out of blue glow. Can you increase the difficulty, Star?
Of the prophet, the Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have it.
Wow. No, we're not making a 99% joke again.
Alright, it's max difficulty.
You can start it. I know we're pretty much well prepared.
Way less than 99% sure.
You got this, Commander.
Way less.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
And they're just walking from over here. Oh my lord. Okay, I need more traps right here.
And you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that
these Orientalist perspectives. I feel like it's pretty easy to say not to kill gay people, right? I mean, like, damn, it's like, I don't think that this is really that complicated. Yeah, it's just bad to do. Bad to kill gay people. I mean, shit. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about?
Boom. Alright, now this side should be good.
By a million. So are the Nazis. The
I got some heal pads right here for us.
Alright.
You get hurt.
You gotta keep in mind, these guys are so smart, they can convince other people to blow themselves up for it. Yeah, they're really smart.
Let's see.
Doesn't mean that they're right. Yeah, the Unabomber. We'll get the Unabomber.
Oh, man.
Okay? Like, it's not even, no, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated.
I think it is a broken clock.
In America and in the UK, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Well, so is Kim Jong-un, but that doesn't mean Kim Jong-un was okay or a good person. Didn't he go to college in Sweden, I think? Or Switzerland or something like that? Yeah, it's not like he was educated in North Korea. So, like, is Kim Jong-un good if he gets educated here? I don't think so.
Educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person.
I don't know why people have such a hard time being able to establish the reality that there are a lot of very bad people that are extremely intelligent. This is a reality.
Oh, no.
Both of these things are very, very true.
Sorry.
I don't know. And also, by the way, a lot of bad people are really intelligent because they're smart enough to make their ideas work. The dumb people that are bad, those are the ones that go to jail at like 17 because they tried to rob a bank with a banana.
In terms of like everything that he's done, you might not agree with his methods, you might not agree with his attitude overall, in terms of like, in terms of his social, his opinions on civil liberties and shit. Like
last week, Nasrallah said gay people, even if they do it once, are to be
that. But ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah's an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
Somebody asked me, do you think Twitch is being hypocritic with an agenda? Yeah, I think that they are hypocritical, and I think that a lot of the people that work at Twitch support this. I'll just come out and say it. I think that they do support this. And I think that there have been enough leaks from, like, internal comments that they've made that I think you can draw that conclusion. I do. No, I'm not saying any specific person, but I think that there are people at Twitch who have important positions who do say these things and do believe these things. And I think that they exercise that power at the company. We really have people wanting gays to die in chat? Well, yeah, of course. I mean, we got 47,000 people watching the show. I mean, killing gay people is pretty popular. I mean, fuck, a lot of people do it. Yeah, I mean, we have an international audience, people from all across the world watch. Yeah, we're gonna get some homophobes in here. That's right. Yeah. That's the way it is.
You meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why
I don't like the idea that you can't criticize certain religions. I think that it's ridiculous. I find it to be just so intellectually dishonest. If you, like, any idea should be criticized.
Oh, there's the boss.
And I think that's true with, like, that's what I was saying about anti-Americanism. I think that's true with anything.
I killed him.
Any idea, any action should be, like, nothing should be above criticism. You should be able to criticize Jewish people, you should be able to criticize Islamic people, Christians, Scientologists, anything. The exact same.
One's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world.
Nick is so stressed out. Look at his face.
Important country in the world.
Oh my God.
The most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You kidding?
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah launched rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this.
Just to be AI is crazy? Yeah, I think that might have been AI.
30 seconds left to go.
No. Just kind of were there. Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hassan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any...
That's exactly what I was saying. 100%.
nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Son is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying TikTok and Twitter links.
So I'm a robber.
Or he's being paid, which can't rule out. What a pathetic, piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel to an Islamic Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires?
We need to do this Pentagon album. Yeah, we need to, like, guys. Oh, we gotta do this.
And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty...
Stop implying that shit? No, I actually do think that, like, I'm gonna just say it straight out. I think the U.S. military and, like, defense companies that do things for the U.S. military do have interplay with these people. And I think that it's not direct, but there's intermediaries between it, and I think that they are indirect beneficiaries of our military-industrial complex. I think so. And also, there is a chance that I'm wrong. That's why we do the audit. Let's find out.
These fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values. Or, well, they were billionaires. They're all dead. They're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. That's such a song.
Oh.
Seriously.
eliminate as many as you can to prevent heartbreak. Where do I do this quest at?
I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best
The last one, eliminate love lobbers. I thought we just killed a bunch of them.
Let me see, hold on.
That's the last quest, Leap of Faith.
the terrorist gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them.
Let me see. The last quest.
I think you have to do it like in,
That's crazy.
Canny
like in
Valley.
yeah, Canny Valley.
Okay, that's crazy.
Either Ghost Town,
That's
70 plus, I think.
That actually, okay, that's too much. That's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their families.
Don't you, Hamas? Oh, God. Like, we have boys in our chat, too. So, like, it's not like this is his fault. But, like, it's just funny to see it.
In front of them before kidnapping them. The song peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave they're gonna be like, actually, and it's also like, I mean, the Stockholm syndrome is a well-established thing, and I think also like if you have to spend a year with somebody, yeah, some people will end up just getting along because that's what people do. Sure. I mean, I can see it. It's all bullshit? Wait a minute.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out.
Stop it? Well, I don't know. I feel like Stockholm Syndrome is a well-established reality, and that doesn't necessarily mean that the people treated them well or that they were good people. It's just a psychological phenomenon that's been observed in multiple cases. There's nothing wrong with saying that, and I'm not going to be telling police to be saying that it's bad. This is, it's just, listen, I'm a very reasonable person. I'm not going to get fucking, oh my god, you can't say that. Yeah, I can, and I will.
Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waved goodbye?
Oh, dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest, this is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? I wonder why. They look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors.
Cute overdrive, I love it.
She's gonna miss
We
their
need to
hospitality,
retrieve the data before
like
we're
being
overwhelmed
raped
by the storm.
and being watched showering and
So you'll
changing.
want to move quickly.
The next week,
We only have 20 minutes.
forced to perform
Keep
sexual
an eye on
acts
the
on
storm's
each
movements on your map.
sounds pretty bad. Women and men are being raped by Hamas.
We need to retrieve the data as usual, but this time you need to watch the storm.
Okay.
Exposure to the storm will
Right
hurt you
now, someone is
a
being
lot.
raped in that tunnel.
You'll take damage when you're in the storm, so keep an eye on your
There's a lot of
It's so
this.
obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Even
Yeah.
how
We've
can
got
you
a
say
bonus
that?
in play.
They look so happy.
There's no proof.
Gross.
I feel like the problem isn't that they're doing it, and just wait. The problem is that people are defending them. Of course this happens. It has happened in every army, in every war, in history. This always happens. The problem is that it's being defended. That's the issue.
Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does.
Yeah.
See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terrorists getting kidnapped. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next week they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
Alright, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it.
He had to turn it. Ethan couldn't show that because it would have been age restricted. The video would have been because it's like you can't show literal terrorists doing that stuff, right?
meters away. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
You can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifle.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Landing site spotted. Nice find. Any attacks from the storm's creatures could corrupt the data. You'll want to build defenses around the balloon's landing site.
There are a lot of videos that he just plays and he doesn't really react to while he's eating. Not saying that makes it okay, but let's be honest.
Is that pod?
Take out the fluff bombers!
Sorry.
You know, in a way, it's nice to know that love still makes a fool of us all, even at the end of the world.
He's taking his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less
You seem
from
to
a
miss out on
journalist
all the
such as Hassan.
lobber crush craziness.
I hate it.
But someone needs to keep home base running.
Still, seems kinda not fair.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
love's a nightmare, no doubt. But, you know, you can't knock until you've tried.
Whoa! Is it hot in here?
No, but I did the same
Oh
thing.
shit!
Why?
Because
That's
I
great,
want you to
wow.
experience the thrill of falling in love.
Ah!
Thrill? That's way weird.
Then it's working.
Oh shit. We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So, why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no
The only way we're going to retrieve all of the data
you
is
either
to
gotta
shoot
hit
the
the full
balloon
gen,
down as soon
okay?
as possible.
You can't.
So bring
You can't.
down that balloon, download that data, and get ready to move.
Is that what I think? Oh my god.
The balloon has landed. Defend that data.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that's fucking good. I'll write that one down, yeah.
Hey, look. Husk.
You either gotta hit the full gen, okay?
Dennis.
You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and making an occupation. Okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right? Hold on.
You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? The fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. Really saying nothing. So, has no good reason. Got it.
No more.
He likes Hamas,
no more.
watches their propaganda, but he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way
File
beyond him.
successfully retrieved.
There is
Data's
one
looking good.
instance in captivity that we have actually got verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7th, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
I feel like there are two very important terms that are being used here in order to displace accountability. Systematic and mass. So it's like, there are rapes that are probably happening, right? But if you try to categorize it in this way that maybe it's not like, oh, it's Tuesday at 6 p.m., oh, that's rape day. That doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't happening.
Young people
were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again. Doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
I wonder why all of the... It seems interesting because like a lot of the women that get released, a lot of them are talking about how rapes happen. It seems like the only people that are saying that it's not happening are the people that might be doing it. And so, like, and the people that are defending it too. Yeah, sure. But, like, I don't know. I mean, that seems kind of odd.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Your fans are up.
So that's the other part of this problem that many people don't contend with. Like,
but the best part of love is taking a leap of faith with another person.
Pixar didn't happen.
If you will
That's
follow me into the
maybe
trebuchet.
not all who were raped were murdered on the spot.
Yes.
Don Goldstein alone was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day, and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well, in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, a gun reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life.
Duh. Like, fucking obviously they did this. Like, how did people think this wasn't happening? It's no shit. Yeah, of course.
As a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
So maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of whom were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan, he's a rape kid with a mutilated body.
Oh my
so
God.
Vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you
and
hear.
it's also just happening for thousands of years. They've been doing this.
Sorry.
Like, what are the odds that it's not happening this time?
Oh my God, can I freaking switch up to my fucking thing?
Like, really? Like, and just take a step back and think about this. The thing that always happened
The storm wall's getting close.
isn't happening this one time. Uh-huh. Okay. For sure.
Heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done. But not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hassan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil.
I think that's what's happened with a lot of leftist perspectives and a lot of leftist platforms. And I think that, like, this is what happened. And I think that Hassan used to give a lot more kind of measured, like, feedback and, like, criticism. And I think he gave a lot more measured, like, takes on things. And I feel like one of the turning points of what happened was, like, I remember Hogwarts Legacy. And, like, in Hogwarts Legacy, like, he was like, yeah, I think people are going a little bit too overboard with, like, their criticism for this. And I remember, like, a lot of his fan base turned on him and they got really mad at him for saying that. And I feel like ever since then, I think that he's gotten a lot, like, I don't think he's gone against his audience and against certain types of extremism since that. And I think that this has happened with a lot of people, is that more and more that they get kind of in this, like, kind of, it's like a vicious circle. I don't really want to say that it's entirely, like, audience capture, But I think it's a kind of like a vicious circle of like radicalization, where the audience radicalizes the streamer, and then the streamer radicalizes the audience. And I think that you had people that were giving more measured opinions for things, maybe let's say like 5 years ago or 3 years ago, kind of refrain from doing that now because they're worried about kind of upsetting the extremists in their group. And I think this has been, I think Hassan has been a victim of this. Not that he's necessarily not in control of his own destiny, but I think that his content has had that happen. And brother, you've been radicalized by your audience? No, I'm sure people are going to say that about me too. People are going to say that's the obvious, like, yeah, no you, right? I mean, of course people are going to say no you.
Hey.
That's fine. But
Good
what I'm
job.
saying is that I think that's happened with him as well, right? I don't think that that's happened with me. And I'm sure he'll probably disagree with him happening to him, with him thinking that it happened to him. I'm sure he's probably not going to say, oh yeah, I did this for sure. But that's what my take is on it as somebody who watched the content over years. Does that make sense?
It's delusional thinking. It's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Well, yeah, it's kind of that, right? God.
And now, let's terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course,
I think this is irresponsible to do that. This is a point I think that Ethan shouldn't have put that in the video. That's too much.
I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization.
It's a joke. I know it's a joke, but I just look. I've been very consistent about advocating violence and these kinds of things. He's being silly. I know he's being silly. I know he doesn't mean it. I just don't think we should do that. That's all.
It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been...
And by the way, I want you guys to like, do you see how I said that and a lot of people got mad at me for it?
What did you think of your love adventure?
That's the exact thing that I think a lot of people are afraid of.
Well, swap
I'm
out the
not
magnets for
afraid
first
of making
dates.
a lot of people mad.
And the trebuchet
because
telling
I
someone
make
how
so
you
much
feel about
content
them.
that
And the crash landing on the roof of a barn was not doing
it's
that.
like non-existent
And
after a week.
that's basically what it's like.
So I don't need to worry about it.
Kinda nice.
But a lot of other people are terrified.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either.
So, wanna get back to the trebuchet?
Oh, absolutely not. I'm pretty sure my leg is broken. But I can launch you.
Reducing the premium subscription split from 70/30 to 50/50.
He went back
He
on that.
reversed after Backlash.
Yeah.
He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on the screen to 3% of the size of the screen was also reversed after Backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hassan.
By the way, I mean, you lay off 900 employees, it's pretty much the fucking same. I mean, kind of interesting, huh? Huh. How about that?
Really likes Hassan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Dan? Boy.
Doesn't matter if fucking rooms happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes.
Well, I think the problem is that these guys get banned and then Hassan doesn't get banned for speaking what he believes. I think that a lot of people would respect Dan for saying that, if these other guys were also given a platform. But like Nick is banned, Alex Jones, as far as I know, is banned. Sneeko has been banned and unbanned. Myron, I'm not really sure where he's at right now. But like the problem is that it's a biased perspective that's masquerading as an ideology. You don't like the fact that people are blunt and outspoken. You just agree with them because other people who are blunt and outspoken get banned. That's the issue. That's the problem. And Destiny, too. Like, I know earlier I was criticizing Destiny and being negative about him, but Destiny does not deserve to be banned on Twitch. He should not be banned on Twitch. What he got banned for was ridiculous, and it was completely unfair. Destiny second. Listen, I'm not going to get into that. This is before any of those allegations came out. Unless he got banned for something that's totally off the table that I don't know about, everything publicly, nothing publicly that Destiny did while he was on Twitch should have caused him to get banned. And it was outrageous that he did.
He should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers, but no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitter.
No, my viewpoint is that nobody should be banned. I think the only thing you should get banned for is advocating for violence and doxing and maybe like 3 other things, right?
Oops.
So my perspective is Hassan shouldn't be banned, Sneeko shouldn't be banned, Nick shouldn't be banned, Destiny shouldn't be banned, Alex Jones shouldn't be banned, and Myron shouldn't be banned. Nobody should be banned. That's my viewpoint. Aiden shouldn't be banned, no. Like, and by the way, this is why I supported Twitter, like Elon Musk buying Twitter. Nobody on that list is banned on Twitter. I support Twitter. Frogan? I don't think Frogan should be banned. Like, in a perfect world, based off of the TOS, she should be, yeah. But if I were to write the TOS, I would write it to where Frogan wouldn't be banned. No. If she wants to be obnoxious and rude and call people racial slurs, fine. Just don't watch. Really, just stop watching it. Problem solved. I don't care about that. I don't want to tell people what they can and can't say. That's not my problem. Fuck that. Advocating for violence is different. Actually, it's hard to take. I'm sorry, but I believe in freedom of speech. Yeah, I know, guys. It must be very upsetting. Very upsetting that she pushed for violence. Well, then that's a separate conversation.
Golden boy. And if you still have
about ads, I understand that the company wants to maintain this position because of advertising, but I do not like the idea that I'm having my morality dictated to me by a company who uses slave labor in third world countries to make bullshit, and they lock people inside of buildings overnight, and they have basically slaves making slaves in cobalt mines. I don't want to have my morality dictated to me by a company that utilizes slavery, and I don't respect their moral position at all. These companies would be promoting Hitler if Hitler won World War II. They don't have any ideology other than money.
Now let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan Runs Twitch allegations after this.
Yes, even he knows this is bad of them to do that. Because now it's going to make them look bad if Hassan says anything bad in the future. Yeah, it's funny, even Hassan knows it's bad.
Oh my god.
He knows it's bad.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
That's crazy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere more sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hassan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
You want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clip feed. Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories.
Nice.
See what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories.
My man. Okay.
That's also.
Okay. Yeah.
Suppose you want to check out the
Yeah.
stories. See what you missed yesterday. Click there.
I mean, you guys know I am the last person who will ever criticize this.
Look who's back!
I am not going to try to grandstand about this and act like, oh, it's so problematic that Dan did this.
About your little survival stunt. Long torture session short? The boss ain't happy.
I do not.
And when the boss ain't happy,
Sorry.
I'm banished to the nether realms. So before that happens, I thought you might like the chance to explore the Inferno. It's a classically inspired fiery hole of nightmares and
It's very nice.
designed by our chief phrenologist. And while no one has ever survived the Inferno, I'm sure you'll be the first.
Twice. Roll it.
You want to
No.
see
So
clips?
why not go take a walk around the
this way,
grounds? Find some keys. Meet me at the door when you're ready to descend into endless pits of fire and despair.
First of all, it's gross enough you're
Alright.
but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the
I don't think
Stay tender.
I don't think it's weird. Like, I don't know.
So why not go take a walk around the grounds? Find some keys.
He's a guy. He's
Meet me at the door when you're ready to descend into endless pits of fire and despair. Alright. Catch you later.
He's like 70.
Stay tender.
Yeah, I know. When I'm 70, I'm gonna do it.
So why not go take a walk around the grounds? Find some keys.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Meet me at the door when you're ready to descend into endless pits of fire and despair. Alright, catch you later. Stay tender.
I mean, there's, yeah, I mean, like, these are adult women, right?
You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. You got a wife.
Might be out by then. Hey!
You don't even know about that. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses. Alright, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened
Now, one step closer
what
to
really made
throwing
me
yourself
realize
into a pit
how
of flames.
corrupted and rotten
You must be
Twitch
so
is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Why can they defend racism and nonviolence if you defend freedom? Why can they defend? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, here we go.
Look for the purple flames
Which, by the way,
that burn
I
in
found this to be
unexplored
very odd.
areas.
I met Frogan IRL, and I talked with her. She was very nice.
Remember,
It's
cursed
always weird
statues
to talk
revive
to
the
people
fallen
that have,
only
like, these
once.
personalities online. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, she's very nice. I got along with her.
Building
It was
over
fun.
traps disables
And
them,
then
so
some crazy
could
shit like
you
this happened in
not?
Spain. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Trip down people and buy some rope.
This
She's one
dungeon
of the
is
sons of
cursed.
main
All
moderators.
your structures and
She's leading
traps will
great
burn.
discourse like
Bad luck out there. I'm
He's
sorry,
so
this doesn't feel
Islamophobic,
right.
actually racist.
Sorry.
Never knew.
Ethan's Islamophobia
Welcome.
saying
to your fiery pit of doom. How do we like that?
Somehow she
Good?
goes on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her.
Feel free to collect my precious coins. It's not like you'll ever escape.
I think that obviously, it's very obvious. Like, they're trying to put her up there because she's like an ethnic minority. I mean, sure. I mean, they literally even said that, right? I mean, they said that. That's why they were Twitch.
Gross.
An actual horrible person broke it. So that you can see Twitch is elevated. So let's start with this. Donated $10,000 to the Palestinian.
Bro, imagining donating $10,000 to somebody's cause, and then they call you a fucking cracker. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. Listen to this. This is nuts.
Not good enough for broken.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing, where the charity thing relies on more donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the
Watch for
situation.
traps.
So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. I love watching Ludwig try to navigate these different social situations because it's so fucking obvious that he literally just wants to make money and make content, not have anything to do with any politics or anything like that. But then all of his friends constantly get him into situations that are political. Like, he legitimately, I think he does care, but I think that he realizes that doing it is something that is bad for his brand. And so he doesn't want to do that for business reasons. And I find it funny to watch it happen because you can tell he's so stressed out. He's like, I have to fucking say something and have an opinion on this. And he does not want to have an opinion on this. He doesn't want to deal with it at all. He's so stressed, it is. Is he pussy? No, he doesn't. He just simply doesn't. Listen, just because somebody doesn't want to be a martyr for your cause doesn't make them a pussy. Okay? It doesn't make them a cracker.
I'm not happy about the progress you're making. But my boy Sing is waiting for you. If you survive the journey.
Some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference. This is a cracker thing. Difference between, like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter fucking debates. This is my favorite part coming up on live.
No.
This.
I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm gonna tell you to donate.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it.
Here it comes.
Just don't say you donated $10,000. Look, if you don't actually believe it, if you don't believe in the cause,
a member of your party has been turned into a ghost. Find the next cursed statue to bring them back.
She's turning away the $10,000 on behalf of the Palestinians that are, like, getting bombed. She's like, no, they don't need your $10,000. That was my, the cracker part is like, okay, yeah, it's just stupid, right? But, like, you're turning down their money?
A secret door has been found.
How do you do that?
Sorry.
There goes that shield.
keep your social change, like, what do you want to do? Congratulations.
Imagine being
I'm gonna get you in a second, bro. Try not to die here, oh my lord.
telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no, you need to get that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my
He didn't mean it.
test.
Keep your fucking money.
Oh my god.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. military, who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro to shield to fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get the health insurance when you get back
Oh my god.
to America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded.
No, revive. Well, trying to get to the spot so I can revive you, but I think
If we get to this pool by 9/11,
Sorry.
the Raph and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane,
Can't.
and we'll recreate 9/11.
To be fair, this is again something that I am not even going to pretend lies about this. You know, the Ash Ketchum catching the illegal aliens with Tom Holman. I've had a number of jokes that I think are a lot worse than this one. I'm not even going to begin to try to talk about how bad this is. Okay? I'm not going to pretend.
Nope.
You've fallen into my trap.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2020.
Yeah, this one was really good. But yours are funny. I think they're funny too. I do. I think that I'm funny. My terrorism, like dark humor jokes, are way better than hers.
Oh my god.
Look, if she wants some better terrorist jokes, she can just hit me up. I'll come up with some good ones. Okay.
3. The morning of the massacre. At 5:30 a.m. Pacific.
5 in the
At this
morning.
moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival. Several community where they began their wanton
Sarah, I got you back to live.
Leftists preaching foment the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. And as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said.
Star.
It's when she said it.
Well, she's obviously
Star.
what happened on October 7th. It's not this is romantic, right? I mean, she obviously did that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's
Alright.
it's a lot harder to get people to
Ooh.
agree with you whenever you're killing
Another chest. Oh, heck yeah. Ooh. A machete Malifacus69. Okay. Well, I'm gonna grab that. And then.
It's just a bad message. A lot of people don't like that.
On Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help.
Oh, now we gotta go. Oh, there's a couple good weapons right here, Star. Star, come here. I got a couple purple weapons. Or not.
This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession.
We gotta go to this freaking door, which I don't know which way to go. Oh my lord. Can I,
ironically, Cutie Cinderella is Logan's girlfriend.
Instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award.
Take that.
Which would get front page.
Wait, Twitch gave her that? Wait, I didn't even know about this one. Oh fuck, never mind.
Where'd you go, Star?
Sorry.
Alright.
This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan.
Oh, there you are.
Rising Star Award at the Streamer Award.
Let's go. We gotta get out of here somehow.
Nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her?
Which way do we go? I think we have to go this way.
It's up or it's down, man. But you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star.
Alright, got that dude.
Yeah, I remember not Ludwig, fucking Miz joked about this and she got so upset.
Which way do we go?
The picture is fake, the second one? Yes, that's correct. The picture that was used in the second image is in fact
I
fake.
think I'm going the right way now. Yep. This way, Star.
Nominated and won Rising Star 2 years in a row. I think that maybe she he's got nominated 2 years in a row. Yeah, but like the fund, like it's the wrong
Surf, where you at?
but the right argument. She won one, lost one. Well, that would make sense, right?
Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, Arab to Jew, racial tier list.
Oh God. Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. Was even a thing? Yeah, I don't know.
So the premise is who can say Habib, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. Yeah. This tier list determines who can say it. Top, most desirable tier, is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra.
Right at the door.
Now, what does Sabra equate to? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company.
Hey, you gotta go all the way to the right. Oh, there you are. Ah. Alright, just follow us. We'll figure it out as we go.
Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up in
Jewish person born in Israel.
Sorry.
How about that? Yeah.
It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny.
Shotgun.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic speaking.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Jews and Arabs were all in this. They all came from the same fucking place, basically. Like that's my understanding. Now I could be wrong about that. I mean, I don't think it's entirely true every time, right? And like obviously, as time has gone on, things have changed. But like, I mean, I don't know. Is this like a forbidden fact or something? Like, I thought this was just established. I thought people just knew this.
Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s.
Yeah.
Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit. Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to do.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place for you to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him to
see? This is one thing that I think is also probably true. Like, I really don't know about this, but I think that in places where there are both like Arabs and Jewish people, I think that probably in a lot of cases they just generally get along. Am I wrong about that? Am I? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they probably do. Right? Exactly. And so I feel like this is another issue, is that you have people that are like super ideologically motivated that end up radicalizing groups of normal people that end up making everything in the world a worse place. I think that's it. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's friction.
Oh, shadow socket. I don't know if I want. Oh, that's level 81. I'm definitely taking that.
In a lot of cases,
I
even
am.
if they're very different, I think that in the U.S. that's definitely true. And so I think that normal people are getting radicalized by this, and when you actually probably see a lot of these places, it's everybody getting along and there are no problems. Religion's part of the delusion? Yeah, no, for sure. There's also a religion thing? Yeah, no doubt.
Ooh, legendary? What?
This is what most Israelis look like.
Let me get the freaking. Thank you.
This is casual.
Level 88.
Passed around like a leftist talking. It's exactly what people are saying, that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bear in mind that they...
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, like... Yeah. I mean,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's pretty close, right? I mean, let's be honest. It's pretty close.
Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. By the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking...
This guy too, I mean, like,
There we go. Got a key.
I mean, and I'm a pale guy, right? I'm a really pale guy. It's just interesting.
White themselves. So bear in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Lud Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
Okay, so what? How many more freaking... Oh, another chest. Oh, give me that. Oh my god, where do these guys come from?
She apparently consulted
the bad Jew category. Oh, put him in the bad Jew category, quick. Oh, God. Bro, Twitch has been so fucking mad about this. Oh my god.
with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me one of the best.
Oh my lord. Oh, this is where they're spawning.
Turkish, not Arab. It's Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier.
Help me hit the troll. Oh yeah, hit this thing right here.
Once again, calling out my Jewish identity.
Where's the user missing category for selling this?
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail? One of the other most common.
Yeah, I didn't do it to him.
Prominent Jews on YouTube. And the category next to me, when he's not even featured in the game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank, Weinstein, Seth Rogen, Schindler. He wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would be
shit.
So love Sabra.
What the hell?
In this case means
He must have went to the next level.
What about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gassing.
Oh, what the heck is that?
The Jews been gassed enough.
Oh, heck yeah. Do you want my level 80 or... These looks like some good weapons, like a level 83 siege breaker right there.
I'm so glad, like, the thing is that
But
I'm
I
so
got
glad
the real
that people
good
are
shit
not
right here.
placing themselves over this stuff. This is
Okay.
fucking hilarious to me. I think it's so funny. I am so over the era of these fat, annoying busybody Karens telling you what's funny and what's not. That was funny.
You're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
I don't think they really understood it.
Awesome. Right in front of their sponsors too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung.
Capcom.
This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk
Obsidian Dragon's Breath?
Looking forward to
Pistol.
questions.
Oh, I'm gonna drop this legendary bow for this thing.
I'm trying to open this question mark. Hold on.
Yeah, I can see that.
And on addressing the anti-Semitism problem, Dan's response, permanent ban.
Yeah.
Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban.
Can't.
Got him, bitch!
And do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Bam! Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These aren't even written like in a mean way. You are banned. Just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered.
To throwing yourself into a pit of flames.
Should have seen Venom's cover this. I'm sure she... Let me guess. She was upset. Is that accurate?
Oh, heck yeah. Give me this baby. Ah, damn, that was nothing.
Covered around the same time as this Arab tier list, that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform.
Sorry.
Yeah, I see you. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noted. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch...
Family Israel was a mess. Was Palestine included there? I think that... So, the defense that Twitch ran for this was they said that they were doing it in order to prevent people from talking about terror content and, like, violent content. But I don't think that that was really true, because they didn't ban IP addresses from Ukraine. And they haven't banned IP addresses from other countries that were embroiled in conflict either. So I think that if this was a policy to ban
There's a rocket launcher over here.
based off of the current country's like conflict situation, then it would have applied to other places besides Israel. So you could logically assume that that's not the reason, because if it was, it would have been applied to other situations.
Straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored.
Yeah, I talked to Dan recently, actually. We'll see what happens in the future. I don't think this whole saga is over.
Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never...
It's probably an odd coincidence, but it's definitely... There sure are a lot of coincidences, huh? There's a lot of coincidences. Wow.
What's up, to King?
Think about how many coincidences there are.
How's it going? Holy shit. Oh my god, I can't get up there.
He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error. It doesn't say anything.
I think Dan, like, listen, Dan knows this. Dan can reach out to me whenever he wants, if he wants to get some insight from a person who I hope that he knows that I'm unbiased. I think that Twitch has a huge problem, and I think that it is right underneath the surface. And I think that if the problem goes the way I think it will go, it could negatively affect his career and career. And I think that's what will happen. I think it already has, to be honest.
I don't know what you mean by
now,
that.
I've defended Dan a lot.
Oh,
and I
shit.
still continue to defend him. Because I do not think he is a bad actor. I think that he is just being irresponsible. But if he wants to reach out to me, and I have no problem working with other people that are, across the aisle for this kind of stuff, I think that he should get people like me and Hassan. And we need to figure this out before this website gets shut the fuck down and advertisers all leave. Because it will happen. I guarantee you it will fucking happen. And Destiny, and it's Dan's fault, right? Like, I mean, this is a legitimate problem. Like, and I don't see how people can't see this. I don't. I don't see how people, like, am I crazy for seeing this?
One step closer to
it's so clear.
You must be so proud.
Amazon will pull the plug. You defend Dan to your own detriment. The guy is screwed up. I don't think that's what's happening. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think that.
Go downstairs.
I don't think Amazon will pull the cord. I think that they will probably replace the leadership. They will replace the leadership and then replace the... And this is why I think that even people like Hassan should come to the table with this. Is that if this happens, I think the type of content that both of us do will be on the chopping block. I think that's what will happen. Because if I was Amazon,
he went
that's what I
into
would do.
it. Dungeon boss.
Because let's be honest, 99% of the problems on Twitch come from 5 people.
Who fell into a pool of lava. And then into an indoor
I'm one of them, and he's one of them.
And then he had
Maybe
a couple
10.
of hard years. You know how it goes.
And so, yeah, I think we need to figure this out before this gets out of control. I don't want to have to play like... I've watched his son play Marvel Rivals. You guys don't want to watch that. You don't want to watch me play Marvel Rivals either. But they gotta figure this shit out before things get real bad.
Just that you're ineligible because you're Islam. So,
Oh my god.
guys wrote to Twitch customer service. This is what they said. I'm really sorry you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, close the case at this time. Under the new increased scrutiny, gameplay posted 2 terrible
Oh my god, it's lava.
that were immediately. How can Twitch say on Monday that they reviewed the case? And then, on the other hand, say it was an accident and they didn't know.
Gimme. Gimme. Gimme.
Give me what?
Gimme it. No, not you. I'm talking to my niece. Gimme.
You're telling me that you guys
Gimme.
didn't notice that. That's impossible. Then, at the same time,
Okay, get out
they
from there.
announced that Sneeko, President Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the...
Which, by the way, I think is
I
not the Houthi guy, because he's like literally advocating for genocide. That's not really not so good, right? But otherwise, yeah.
Holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, he's like literally like
We're back on Switch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, but we got suspended
but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know,
this didn't last.
We're back in the house. They can't stop us.
Yes,
It did.
Also, the accounts were eventually rebanned, but the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time and being 3 of the best-known anti-Semites on the internet seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right.
Uh-oh. Too many coincidences? No, guys. I'm sure all of these things are coincidences.
Her head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like...
Did Dan make a video about that? I think he did, right? Yeah, I talked to him privately about this before he made the video, and I was kind of shocked. It was insane.
Level 5 loot. Yeah.
Supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's Senior Manager of Inclusive Marketing, Bridget Chermati, on October 12th. People are posting
Those nice Luna tickets.
Shake my head, y'all are
I want to look at my quest real quick. Okay.
I'm gonna get water.
Alright.
I mean, man, that's factually correct. Well, it's not really. So the reason why it's not is because a person living in Israel is not categorically an oppressor. And if you view every person who's living inside of a country as an oppressor, which means that they're effectively a military target, you're basically justifying a genocide, right? Because you would say that it's okay to kill all of them. So it's very easy to say that Israel as a country does bad things, and it's easy to say that the IDF is bad. It's easy to say
There's more
that their
dungeons.
foreign policy is bad. But it's very hard to justify
Okay, we just did the Inferno.
that the relief funds that go to people that live in Israel who have been negatively affected, had their house blown up, or have had family members killed by terrorists, that these people are not victims. I think this is, I mean, how many of you guys are not retarded and you completely agree with this? Okay, everybody, basically. Yeah, everybody. Wow, what a surprise. Israelis aren't a monolith? Yeah, and I think that there are probably, I bet that there are a lot of Israelis who don't like what their government is doing. The same as there's probably a lot of Russians that don't like what their government is doing. I'm sure there's Ukrainians, Chinese people, Americans who don't like it either. Of course, right? And so to act like they're a monolith is, I think it's just, it's bad.
But this tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this.
Right, exactly.
If they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget,
Trap their ability with this.
how can you
That's
act
trap
so
their ability.
high
That
and mighty
is
for
trap
your
damage
cause
bonus.
and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side?
Wow, there's never been a case of a person who advocates for inclusion that actually turns out to be a psycho that is okay with killing people that they disagree with. Wow, has that ever happened before? Oh wait, that hasn't happened for 3 hours. Actually, no, 4, because I've been watching this video for a while. Yeah, I feel like it's just like, yeah, pretty much every time.
This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing.
Yeah.
Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Inclusion is including everybody whenever you kill them.
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing, sorry, I forgot.
What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm trying to think of what the racist... So it probably has to do with, like, circumcision, right? And something about, like, yeah, I can easily get, 2011 down, the camps.
Tell me the answer to this riddle. What's the difference between a Boy Scout
This is I don't know this racist joke. This is very advanced racism. I'm actually kind of embarrassed.
Jewish kid. I'm standing
it
by.
can't be the camps, the concentration camp. That's too easy.
Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2000.
So it's like, oh, the Boy Scouts get, like, medals for going to camps? But that wouldn't even make sense either. Because they gave the Jewish people things, too. That's so stupid. It's not even a good joke.
Alright,
Oh, one comes home from his home.
Seriously, I tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do most of the only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in Social Impact, who were both senior. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem...
And that's all she wrote.
What's happening?
This is like in my opinion, I don't like either one of these. This is an absolutely let them fight situation, because this is like DEI Ouroboros. I love it. I absolutely fucking love it.
I'm like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane. So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules. Yep. Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny, who was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community's never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's to the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, perma-banned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers. It's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then,
He's going to show the clip of Hassan saying that they're inbred.
Let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling on a minority group inbred, which results in a...
Because I remember he said that. I remember that.
Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
Jewish KKK brigades out there. Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. These inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra orthodox,
that, huh?
psychopaths. And these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus. Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred.
We're talking about farmers today. Oh, I'm sorry. That was still there by shot. Got rid of my creator code. You know what? Let's believe it there for what it is. So, I was feeling a little hesitant about recording this video today because I wasn't entirely sure that it was necessary. I have an old video right here on screen of me covering some of the best Outlander loadouts in the game, and basically that was an addition to my series of all of the best loadouts for the different hero classes, you know, soldiers, ninjas, Outlanders, and constructors. I inevitably never did a video on constructors because that's way too basic. Like, seriously, just pick what you need. If you need strong walls, then just load up the support. There's really, like, not that many complicated ways to set up constructors. And with Outlanders, it was kind of the same sort of thing where I took the approach to, you know, showing the best way to farm. And I thought that video was good. I still think it's good. I'm going to link it below. It's still public and everything. But Clip came to the game. She changed everything. Never mind the fact that it's been a year since I recorded that video. I'm older. I'm wiser. You know, I have lights behind me now. And a face cam, because people requested that heavily. I'm glad you guys, you know, like what you see. But I have a few more things to say. Right off the bat, I'm going to get some plugs out of the way. If you want just the field guide to all items in the entire game, obviously I'm going to link my How to Get Every Item video in the description below. That is, to this day, a fantastic resource. It's older, again, I am wiser now, but How to Get Every Item in that game is still relevant. Also, running expeditions is a fantastic way to do that. If you guys just want like a quick little guide, I always thought I was going to make a video on expeditions and how to do them, but I'll tell you now. First and foremost, you want to do the red box, the crafting supplies. This is what's going to get you like all of the regular stuff, the nuts and bolts, the rough ore, the fibrous herbs, all the things that you want. And nowadays, and this is going to lead on to my second point that I want to cover before we get started, is the trap packs. Medium is usually not worth your time, but it might be. You definitely want to do large. If you get the traps, you can recycle them to get 100% of the materials back, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention right off the bat. I'm glad that segue worked so well. If you farm a lot and you end up getting tons of materials, you can craft whatever trap you want in the entire game, and you can recycle it for full. Anti-air traps, for example, are going to cost me 7 nuts and bolts, 4 and 1, but if I go to recycle this, whoops, I will get everything back. I'll get all 1400, 800, and 200 quartz and the respective materials. And this is not a new trick. That was new a year ago, and I mentioned it in my old video. But it's a fantastic trick to say that, you know, right off the bat, here's how to get every item in the game. And using this trick for traps, you can, you know, crunch all of them down. Like, you'll see that my backpack is nearly full, but so is my storage of just tons of traps. Some were gifted, some were crafted by me, and I just can, you know, downcraft any of these to get everything back. Now, with all that out of the way, let's talk about farming loadouts. I know I've already showed this right off the bat here, but this is not the best farming loadout. There is no best farming loadout. I mean, shocker, if you've seen my videos before, that will not be a surprise. But there are a few ways to go about farming. And there are, like, 3-ish primary ways you can do it. First and foremost is actually, I'm going to start with the pickaxe, and that's with Pathfinder Jess. You can just use her in the lead. I'll talk about the respective loadouts in a second, but for the categories, you got the pickaxe, and then anti-material charge, which is the punch. That's, you know, that's what most people are thinking of. And then there's kind of a third one where there are a lot of different anti-material charge users in general, and a lot of people brought up 1-2 punch. I always thought 1-2 punch was kind of a cop-out because the way it works is that it reduces your heavy attack cost, you know, the energy cost, based on, you know, the last ability that you use. So if you have all of your supports filled up and this thing is active to 100%, if you phase dash, for example, your next punch will do 0 energy. And as far as I can tell, you're essentially complicating your farming by making it look free by spending your energy on dashing, which doesn't seem efficient at all, and I don't really think that one didn't click with me. A lot of people recommended this. I got a few comments on this, and I'm really not convinced this is a good way to go. But if you want to use 1-2 punch and make your farming free, then
that is an option for you. I went with Phase and Confuse just to up my phase shift, and then my Phased Out was, you know, able to reduce the cooldown time, which was nice and all, and there wasn't really any energy regeneration. I had to use Fuel for the Fallen, which I didn't really show very well because I didn't kill any enemies, and that's kind of my point, is that when you're farming, not just trying to demonstrate for a video, you're not worried about enemies. You're running around punching rocks, you're running around punching cars, you're not focused on the enemies. You shouldn't have to be stopping to kill things, and that's why I'm kind of not on board with this. So let's move on to the one that I actually, believe it or not, had the most fun with. This has always felt like kind of a weird build, but Pathfinder Jest. So in the gameplay you're about to see more of, I was using this loadout, where I had Archaeologist and Fossil Southie in support. This is just giving me the constant energy regeneration. You're going to hear about those two heroes a lot today, because you need them in basically any anti-material charge-based build. And then, of course, 100% reusing clips. So, she is definitely something we'll talk about later, but, like, literally a must-have. Her, plus Southie, plus Archaeologist are the three that you're going to need for any farming build. Your other two support slots are almost whatever you want, basically. Of course, you're going to have Blast from Pass active, but we'll get to all that in a second. She is just fantastic to have in support. However, she only affects the anti-material charge. So I'm running all this in support just so that with Pathfinder Jest, I can constantly punch, because I'll have that 33% chance to get extra materials from Clip, and then I'm just punching as many trees as I possibly can. And I'm only still showing this loadout because I want to talk about going coconuts. I had like a phase shift thing in my gameplay, but as I'm talking about it now, coconuts were going to be better, because A, it keeps you alive, that's nice and all, but it gives you a 16% extra damage, so it would make all of my pickaxe damage do more. But as you can see, I'm already 3-shotting most rocks and trees, and in a forest, holy crap, this was way more efficient than I thought it would be, because in a forest, everything breaks in about 3 shots, like I said, so you're just mowing through the entire thing, almost literally, just getting all of the wood, all of the planks, all of the twine, all of the adhesive resin. If you're breaking rocks, you're getting more rough ore and everything. Of course, you gotta remember to use your anti-material charge so that you can get that 33% chance to get extra stuff, but while you're at it, just smack everything. And so Pathfinder Jest is like a really, really good hands-on approach, but a lot of people might not like the fact that you're not instantly breaking everything, and you're not quite getting that 100% bonus. So let's skip over my Fossil Southie build and talk about Clip. I have officially switched.
faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move faster. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the megaverse. When I'm living in the Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move faster. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse. They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot,
Back.
restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I tax in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world It's a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that.
Star, you back?
Speaking of, kind of saved our bacon there, so I'll make you a deal. You pardon us, and I'll make you human. Wrong turkey! Man, the face blindness is real.
I'd like these men turned back into humans.
Yes, of course, Mr. President. But I thought we already rehumanized all the turkified Marines.
I'd like these men turned back into humans. I am the president. Increase their strength by 1,000%.
But that wouldn't be human.
Turkeys have always been more than human.
Okay, so right there, now I'm starting to...
I am selling New York to France and giving all of the money to Congress.
Alright, yeah! That's how you do it?
You became president today. That's right, Rabren. When you're done, get me some pants.
You're the president. Who the hell have we been governing the country with for the last 3 hours?
An imposter, you good-for-nothing idiot. You humanized the wrong turkey. It's possible. We shouldn't leave anything to chance. Wouldn't want Congress working with the wrong president.
A very good point, Mr. President. Do we believe this fine men are collaborative gentlemen to be our commander-in-chief? Or are we going to let Mr. Caspar at the Christmas party stay in office? All in favor of
Huh?
the president?
I said we're doing the dungeon again?
We're doing the lab.
The what?
There's 4 different dungeons.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta do all 4 of them so we can get the free rewards.
Go, Sanchez, laser fist! Oh, shit, I was a turkey for a while, wasn't I? Okay.
I'm trying to do them all. Oh, my headphones are dying.
You must be the extra help sent by the villainous council. As you know, an old friend of mine asked the VC to invest in a rather gruesome research project. The brutal scientific experimentation happening in this laboratory may end the storm, but at a dark cost. Darker than any conflict I have ever seen, participated in, or started as a side thing because I was bored. On paper, we're here to receive an investor's presentation and a facility tour. In practice, we're here to save the world from the good doctor's attempt to save the world.
Nope. No.
Get the next key.
Sorry. Uh-uh. Can't. Nope. Sorry. No.
You'll need a key to keep exploring. Find the key. This door needs a key. This door needs a key.
Can't. Sorry.
Creeper!
No.
You've got the keys. Head to the dungeon. Normally I'd be a fan of what's going on in there, but it is awful, even for me.
Can't.
Let's check it out.
No.
Team up and form your own council of supervillains for this one. See a lit brazier? It means we haven't been there before. There's loot in that.
Nope. Gross. Sorry.
So it's your classic Jekyll and Hyde situation. I probably should have mentioned it earlier. But as you know, I revel in chaos and disorder. Anyway, his monstrous barbarism threatens to change humanity. Literally. And the VC is quite fond of humanity as it is. Gives a villain something to dream of dominating someday, huh? So, as much as I hate to say this, shall we put a stop to this madness? Get the next key.
No.
Can't. Sorry. Nope. Sorry.
Go further.
Husk. Takers! No.
Gather that blue glow. We may need it later.
Can't.
Watch for takers!
Can't.
Takers! Watch for takers!
Something's floating in that incubation tube. Shall we break it open?
Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. stay in this life. If you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the megaverse.
If you'd be so kind, I need to get back up in those clouds.
We're headed your way. Make sure to collect any blue glow you see.
attacking! Please help! I need help!
Sorry.
I'm under attack! Hurry!
Nope.
I could really use some help!
No.
Help! I can't believe it! You're the best!
Add blue glow to prepare for liftoff.
Yeah, I see you.
Let's go. You are not a bear. I was a bear.
No. Nope. Sorry.
Help! I'm down. Help!
Hey, look! Husk. Uh-uh. Sorry. Nope. No. Can't. Uh-uh. Nope.
Creeper!
No. Sorry. Can't. Uh-uh. Nope. No. Sorry.
Takers!
Nope.
Help! I'm under attack! Hey, help me out! Please help! Need help! That's it! Let's get out of here.
Can't. Sorry. No.
Watch for takers!
Husk. Can't. Nope. Sorry.
Damn, bro. How's that happen?
Who are attached to this culture and identity. Intensity
That's
clear
really
of
good.
disloyalty of the people to their country.
Okay.
And seriously,
Let's see.
if we had it the way some people want it to be, deportation, enforcement, machines, no border, you are spelling for the succeeding generations an end to this country. Because the people who have no attachment or loyalty to this land begin to settle at overwhelming rates. The public conversations we have about what this
It just depends on the mission you're doing.
you know, some people will say, oh, that's hysterical. It's the great replacement theory. Look, by saying that, you're dismissing legitimate concern. Now, I'm here to tell you, I don't care much about the racial composition of the country. It's all white. I don't. In fact, I like it very much that it's a melting pot. That's not the issue. The issue is whether the people coming in will have loyalty to the country and attachment to its way of life. And the more people pour in by the millions without any checks, the less you'll see of that. If that happens, the future populace will not seek to retain and defend a distinct American identity and spirit, or preserve for their progeny this country's unique traditions. Because in the end, the portion of the population will insist on it. So that's why I landed at this conclusion despite feeling conflicted. There's first the principle that a society not ruled by authority, mob justice, requires law and order. Law matters. And there's also the important fact that Americans will inevitably
Yeah, it was 40K for that one that I got to max it out. Which is a real good one, but like I gotta like, I don't know. I guess I could do it and then just like just defuse a bunch of my mods to get more Indo, so I'll have Indo.
to principles that envelop my existence, well, grand, lofty, philosophical prose
Sorry.
of cosmic justice. America cannot be the dumping ground for the world's problems. More than that, I don't want it to be. That is the position I take as an expression of loyalty to a country that has given me a lot of opportunities. I know there's many people who are firmly on one side or the other side, but I hope if you are stuck in the middle, this discussion will give you something to think about. And as always, thanks for watching.
Alright, do we got the health boost? No, we don't. And the shield boost is right here, so. Oh my god.
Gross. Can't.
Alright. No, I believe you can do it, bro. Alright, let's see. Health boost.
Nope. No. Sorry.
Okay, there we got the speed boost. Yeah, we got the speed boost. Where am I at? I'm right here.
Can't. No.
Star, you there?
Hold on, give me a minute.
Oh.
Well, it's not letting me. Hold on. Do it again.
Yeah, it's gonna take 40 seconds. Oops. Alright, let's see. Where are these guys coming from anyways? Oops.
Okay, hold on. Give me a minute.
Ah.
No, because I don't know.
I'm coming. I'm coming to use my blue glow.
Run out of blue glow.
It's okay. I got it. Bam. Alright, it's max difficulty. Let me out of here. Ah, damn it. I can't get out.
Nope.
Let's search for some loot real quick.
Don't play with that.
Nope. No.
Teddy bears looted. Okay, I gotta loot teddy bears.
No. Building.
Alright. Now we got that. They're gonna be coming from over here.
Defend the van. We've got a bonus in play.
They're gonna go for this right here. Holy shit.
Let's see. Nope.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking bullshit.
30 seconds left to go. Bonus challenge success! Good job, team! Not bad. I think we'll need a little more blue glow. Add blue glow and get ready to defend the van. Flip the switch when you're ready. in play.
Alright, let's see, we want... Oh my god.
No. Can't. Nope.
Damn it. Okay, where's that boss at?
Smasher.
A little building.
Protect the fort.
Sorry. Can't. Nope.
Ah, no, I got knocked. Oh my god. This controller's driving me nuts. Come on.
30 seconds left to go.
No. Nope.
Oh, come on.
Launch in 3, 2, 1. Lift off! Bonus challenge success! Good job, team! We've got a floaty van. Congratulations, people.
No, hopefully you do it tomorrow, bro. Arbitration for Indo. Yeah. And I've got a bunch of those IAs too for Indo. Because you can change them over to, or trade them for Indo or whatever it is. Those little eye things that you find everywhere, they have to pick up manually. Oh my lord. Super Bowl says the Cope files, they are losing it. What? Copium. Losing his fun. That seems like...
In this video, I'm going to try to beat RimWorld starting with one colonist with 100% passions and 0 skills. I tried this challenge a few years ago, but I was brutally slaughtered by hundreds of Vegas fighters. Everyone died. This time, I'm going at it with all those past lessons in tow. Meet our protagonist, the most passionate possible colonist, Blaze Ambiguous. I've won with level 0 in every skill area, starting at nothing, but armed with all the passion in every area he needs to help him learn faster and grow and improve. Starting alone and with nothing, but armed with the traits of super industrious and jogger, we have the foundation of colonist with no skills to start, but the potential to become a super colonist. Will he have what it takes to build a rocket and escape this RimWorld to outer space? Let's begin with our embarkment. Alright, we're just spawning in as our protagonist. Here comes Blaze Ambiguous out of our drop pod. Walking around. I'm just gonna pause time for a second, so let's take a look at him. Male, age 25. He has 0 stats and everything, which is pretty terrible right now, but all passions, which is going to become very overpowered later. And his traits are industrious, so his global work speed is 35% higher, super immune, so he gains immunity faster, and jogger, so he moves around faster. We are wearing no clothes, we have no gear to begin with, and we are currently situated inside of a large crater with only one entrance to the southern end. Almost everything else is clear, we've just got one line of sight blocker here. Anyway, it's time to get to work. What are our urgent needs? So right now, he's not that hungry, but he will be getting hungry in a minute, so let's get started by just trying to harvest all of these berry bushes. We will probably fail to harvest many of them because our planting skill is still extremely low. But if he does manage to get at least one berry harvest, he'll have some food for the next day or so. Okay, the first bush, and we did manage to harvest that one. 2, harvest botch, so we missed that one. And we managed to get 3 out of the next 5 bushes. We also got plants level 1 just for harvesting these few bushes. Take these wild animals when we lose. So I think we'll just take over this little ruin of a hut right here. Alright, we managed to haul in around 35 berries. Now light rain has begun. It's going to increase the deterioration of berries. I think we want to get these
probably level me up to level 30. I get 500 gold bars.
Yeah, it looks like night's coming, but we're just going to schedule Blaze to work all night. And after just a little bit of food, don't stop now, Blaze. You're just about to hit level 2. Alright, so I've just sketched out one line to get this hut built as fast as possible. I just want to get a roof overhead so that we get these supplies safe and maybe get to sleep. And one construction botch, but it looks like we're just about walled in now. Okay, that's everything. Now we can roof this off and get our food safe. And it may not be much for tonight, but we're just put down a sleeping spot. This is going to give him a little bit of comfort just to begin with. 0.4, so it's better than nothing. Because right now he's pretty upset. He's just been working all day and he's soaking wet. So we will just let him go to sleep. Good job, Blaze. Alright, day 2 is dawn. So we're looking a little bit stressed right now. We're pretty recreation deprived after a whole day full of work, so it's time to do something fun. We're going to put out a wooden horseshoe pin right here in front of our settlement. Now it's just a little bit more work on that. We've got construction level 1, and that should cover our recreation. Now, he's not in such a bad mood anymore. Okay, good job, Blaze. Now that your recreation is full, you can get to more important tasks. So Blaze is pretty miserable right now. Let's take care of a few of these basic needs. 8 without table, as well as sleeping on the ground. Neither of these is so great. But if we construct a bed, a table, a chair, and maybe an end table and dresser, we can increase his comfort a lot. We'll just build these outside and then bring them indoors so that we can use the light from outdoors. There we go, good job, Blaze. Let's see what quality you get on this. And it looks like we got poor and awful quality on everything, but we're just going to have to live with it for tonight. There's just no time left in the day. See, he can only max out around 65% comfort in his current surroundings, but if he did a better job, we could make him even more comfortable. But it's better than sleeping on the ground tonight. Right, dawn is rising on day 3. I think before we do anything else, we should probably get in a small growing zone just for some rice so that we don't run out of food unexpectedly. Alright, nearing the end of the day, we're still not particularly good at planting yet, but we're finally just getting those rice crops into the ground. It slowed us down, but we're going to start to move a lot faster as we go here. Alright, day 3 comes to a close, and we finally reached plants level 3. Alright, as day 4 is dawning, I've noticed there's a warg wandering right nearby, so if anything comes and attacks Blaze, I'm going to get a spike trap ready right here. Let's get the wood for it. And it looks like I've spoken too soon because a local hare has just gone mad, so this is our first encounter in melee combat. And although we don't have a weapon, it is a pretty easy combat, so we just hit, wow, melee level 2 already. And as this fight goes on, we should be able to win this. Come on, Blaze, you can beat a hare. It's just a single hare. Oh, look at him just getting bit and scratched at. Okay, he did beat it. Right, that was easy mode, but you did get a confirmed hare kill, so good job. Let's have you heal up and maybe get some medical experience. Right, fortunately he is able to self-tend, and they won't be very good self-tends, but self-tens they will be nonetheless. Right, Blaze has patched up all of the hair bites. Well, before we have you do anything else, let's just build that spike trap in case we get ambushed by anything stronger tonight. Alright, and it looks like we've just got that first spike trap up. That's huge. Now we're going to be defended in our room, and if anything goes wrong, we can recover here in safety. Phase 1 of our journey's ended. The foundation of Pavlov's hierarchy of needs has been established. Blaze successfully built a shelter, fed himself, and secured a source of food. We've avoided any mental breaks, and we've established a secure perimeter around our hut. Now Phase 2 begins. It's time to increase our means and expand our sphere of influence to push toward the edge of this crater, get a handle on taming and controlling the wildlife living within. And just when I said it, we're now being raided by a member of Gas Band. Alright, Dennis, well, it was nice knowing you. At least this does give us a club, a slate club for equipping. You know, I could take this guy prisoner, but I just don't think it would be worth the time, and it's unfortunate, because those are some pretty sweet Liberty spikes. Fare thee well, Dennis. You were too weak for this world. Right, it looks like Blaze is getting started on his cooking skill, which is fantastic because he's going to be throwing up from his cooking for the next couple of months. We need to start somewhere, after all. Alright, Phase 2 begins now. If Phase 1 was about turtling and getting ready, then Phase 2 is going to be about arming up and pushing outward. The first step is going to be to take these marble block walls and deconstruct them. Alright, now that we've got all these resources freed up, we're going to go bring them down to our southern perimeter. So if we find a place where the passageway narrows right about here, we can start to go in with a marble wall. Really, any stone will do. That's just what we have lying around. And I think right about here we can start to construct a snare to trap any small raids that attack us from the beginning. Later on we'll make better defenses, but for right now this is just going to have to do. Ultimately, setting up a firing lane from this position seems to be pretty ideal. But for right now we have to opt for the more primitive constructions. And this is amazing. I can hardly believe it, but we've constructed an outer defense now, so not only do we have an interior defense around
oh my god, I'm gonna die.
room, but we also have an external wall to keep us extra safe. It's like a big fortress in medieval times. Oh, let me just open this door. Blaze, go down there and just keep that door open so that the raiders will path to us. But now that we have an outer perimeter, we can start to strengthen that. But until that time, probably the next thing we want to embark upon is building a ranged weapon. We don't have a bow, and it would be nice to be able to take things out from afar. Right now, unfortunately, if we want to make even the most primitive of items a short bow, we're going
Get
to
out the beast, come here.
I can't, I'm going over here.
Blaze's crafting skill is only 0. Barely heard of it. So to that end, we're going to instruct him to make a few clubs, and with his general burning passion, it shouldn't take too many of these things for him to gain enough experience to make a short bow. And what do you know, right when I was about to build a bow, we have a trader from Thidios who has left us a recurve bow of all things, an amazing weapon. We don't even need to make our own bow, we can just get right on to the next step. Which, fortunately, to that end, there is a peaceful alpaca sleeping right here that we can hunt. And now with all that, we're just about ready for another raid from Gas Band. But oh wait, our outer wall is compromised for a moment. But that's totally fine. I've been gaining so much experience in hunting and shooting that I'm now ready to take on the raider. But I will need to remain behind my other traps once again. And let's just stand right here and wait for him to come up. And after only one spike trap, this man was so weak that he fell to only one. We can merely strip him of his garments right here. And what is he wearing? This is Lenka, the infantry of gas band. A whole pair of cloth clothing for me. It's not in very good condition, but whatever. This colonist is quite bad. We won't take her. Never mind. Just sit there and feel the pain of death set in. And at last we can create Blaze's light leather tribal wear. So now, after a long string of very primitive and scuffed events, we can clothe ourselves. Let's just get out of this state of nudity. And at last, it may not be very good tribal wear, but it is my tribal wear. And we still don't have crafting one, but hey, we have all the things we need, so amazing. With all that, we've cared for all of our basic needs. We've established a perimeter. We've fended off a couple of raids and shown that we can prove our worth in metal. Alongside that, we've handled some of the wildlife living in our very own crater right here. Now we can switch gears to cruise control. There's a lot more long-term planning to be done. So instead of solving all these last-minute problems, we can start to take a longer-term approach. I think if we begin planning out our base by sketching out some zones, it's probably going to be the best way to get started right here. Okay, with every base, we're going to start off with the locations of the geothermal vents. So we have one right about here to start. Along with that, slightly out of view, there's another one here on the southern edge. And
oh my
one
god,
more
I
right
am.
about here. So that's
Do not want to mess with that
strong
camera.
power supply. One more here. Beyond that, the other piece that we can't really move around at all is the location of fertile fields. So right around here is where we'll be planting our fields. This gives us a good, strong, continuous area of fertility. From there we can plan to kind of centrally locate the rest of our base. Okay, the basic plans have been laid out with the fields at the center of the colony because there's a lot of to and fro from the fields. Next, refrigeration over here, which would need the rec room over here beside it. Also the prison next to the fridge because we need meal delivery to happen fast. Stockpiles and workshops off to the side, but not too far removed from everything. And beyond that, bedrooms up here to the north. And down here to the south, nearby our wall, we have the infirmary. Now this base design has plenty of room for flexibility, so we can always add or remove things if we want in the future. But this gives us a general pattern to lay out as we get started. So we obviously aren't going to be hitting all these fields right away, but a nice thing to have set in stone before we begin is a stockpile. So I think now we can start working toward getting Blaze to expand his current shelter to this entire stockpile. Alright, moving along to more resource acquisition. Blaze's skills are actually growing. We've now, from all this hunting, grown to shooting level 4, from the one fight with the rabbit, melee level 2, so we can defend ourselves with our bare hands. Cooking, a little bit of it has occurred. We're still pretty terrible, but level 3. And plants has grown to the significant level of 5. Everything else remains at 0, unfortunately, but we will improve. So the next task here is to cut our marble chunks. We'll go up to 200 of them. And with that, we'll just take these chunks and outline our first wall for our stockpile here around the edge. Now, this is a large stockpile room, but we'll be doubling it over as a barracks for now. And we just had a transport pod crash. A 37-year-old named Jacob Russo. He is going to die in 14 hours if we don't do anything. He does have this artery blockage in his heart. This can randomly induce heart attacks, which is not so great, but other than that, he is a pretty sweet colonist. He's got double passion in both shooting, melee, and cooking, which is fantastic, as well as quick sleeper. So this person is actually not all that bad. I made out of a prison cell, but, well, we can just rescue this person for right now. Let's set up our second bed and feed him. Go, Blaze, there is a man to be saved by you. You will be healed with rest by the fireside. And okay, after a little bit more stone cutting and constructing, we've now gotten to the point where we can start to construct some roofs over our base. Alright, I've decided that I want Russo to stay, and so the only real option here is to shoot him with a bow in his bed until he submits, and then we can put him in another bed, and then convert him to join our faction. That's really the only option here. Sadly, he has also resisted arrest, so yes, shooting him seems to be the only real option here if we want to take him on in our faction. Russo, you will submit or you will join. But one way or another, you will probably get badly mauled. There we go, we downed him, his berserk rage has come to an end, and are his wounds too. Oh my goodness. He is really not in particularly good shape. We've shot him in the heart with our bow and arrow. Let's tend him. We do want him to live. And it looks like we have saved his life. It will take some time, but he should join our faction, as well as Blaze will also gain some medical experience. Some much needed medical experience.
Damn, I need coal or something.
Every day, Blaze is learning and getting better. Overall, our colony is still a bit unstable, but growing. Alongside the base developments, it now seems that Blaze has eked out a basic but strong skill set. Good construction skill means that he won't mess things up, as well as now passable plant skill. He's going to go about all his routine tasks much faster. Alongside that, he can somewhat defend himself with 5 shooting and 2 melee. But this is where we're going to get on to more of those advanced skills, the medical, the social, the intellectual. Research and advancement is going to present some new challenges. It seems we're just making the first attempts at social encounters with the prisoner here, Russo, whose resistance has been reduced from 17 to 16.7. We aren't getting much mileage out of our 0 social, but hey, at least it's progress, right? And we're being raided once again by Gasman, but it's nothing that our spike trap shouldn't take out, or at least slow down by quite a lot. Okay, Blaze, you can just finish off this raider with your bow. How is he? This raider is not really that good. I don't think we'll try to convert, but we can get some extra gear off of him. So we will just strip Skullcat, who has lizard skin pants. And all this gear is in pretty poor condition, so maybe it'll be useful for something, but not right now. Now it looks like Blaze is making a little bit of progress right here. He's gone from social 0 to social 2, just trying to chat up Russo and make a little bit of a friendship here. We've got down to resistance 15.2. So slow at first, but steady. Alright, we're just embarking on another easily grindable skill. It's time for some mining so that we can start to get some electronics and components running. Without even 1 square mine, we've already reached mining level 1, which just goes to show how far this burning passion goes. And he's got 1 square mined out. Altogether, that's just under 1,500 experience. Progress. Alright, I've just made these walls a little bit more segmented so this looks a bit nicer, and Russo's prison cell is just slightly more pleasant for him. Okay, well, we had a transport pod crash literally through the ceiling of our prison cell. His name is Luke Sanford. This is really unusual. He is unfortunately a wimp, but he is also an incredibly good miner and a fast learner, as well as psychically deaf, which is fine. I think we will add him to the ranks of our prisoners. Luke Sanford, you're too good to let you escape. I must capture you. But he's dead, never mind. Oh well, he was too weak, I guess. Right, just a couple more power cables buried. It looks like we're going to get electricity at last online. At last. Maybe on paper it looks like everything is falling apart. There's blood and vomit all over the floor. But now with the advent of electricity, we finally have our first steps toward automation. Technology. Not only have Blaze's skills improved, but now, because he's so good at everything he does, the environment around him is conspiring toward his success. Okay, we've just had another member of Gas Band land on the surface here. He's not very good though, so we're just going to take his parka, and that's about it. Okay, with all that, we begin work on a research bench. Well, after a lot of work, we have now reached the fantastically amazing step of researching batteries. So let's take a look at Blaze's intellectual ability. He's gotten to all of his abilities except for, well, a little bit of crafting as well as animals, which isn't really all that important, as well as artistic. But intellectual is one of those skills that can just be ground almost constantly. It's the grind set, bro. Studying. We have reached level 1. Amazing. Now, to get to level 1, we have only 3 points of research on batteries, so it's pretty slow to start, but it will accelerate. We're now being raided by a man with an auto pistol. This is a more advanced raid. It is an excellent auto pistol, and he has a free flak vest if he should survive. Okay, Maker, let's see if we can undo you. What kind of person are you? He is very badly injured. We should probably take the fight to him. I will meet him outside. Now, an auto pistol is not the greatest weapon, but he's running for cover here. Let's get to our own cover behind this tree. And I will also rush him with Russo, who's a flying melee fighter. This is very primitive weaponry we're fighting with, so this should be pretty much fine. If we can just hit him with the this club, fight should be all but over. And we have struck him. Let's go in for the kill and stop the firing. He'll die anyway in only 8 hours. Rush this man. Unfortunately, he managed to shoot Russo in the leg with the auto pistol, but only a minor flesh wound lets it melee attack him. Oh, unfortunately, he's died. Burn in hell, sir. You get what you deserve. Intellectual level 3. And as a cold snap sets in, most of the plants and vegetation have died. It's a little bit late for winter, but we got hit with it this year still. We're on the cusp of gaining power and being able to run a colony much more smoothly, but for right now, it's one last stretch. Meanwhile, within, we're gaining more intellectual levels. The winter season is ending, so now the fertile soil is coming back. We'll be able to get to more planting before you know it. Seasons change and bring fresh, new green life. And okay, we are converging on intellectual level 6, and that is just enough for battery research to be completed. We now have storable power.
Oh my god.
Now I've set up a battery room over here on the edge, someplace we won't really have to access it very often, but where we can separate them out in the event of a deadly explosion. Alright, and we're just finishing up construction on the battery here. This should start generating some wattage for our colony. Now the lights are on, we should get better production speed for all of our workshops. Then the next thing we'll go on to is building our fridge. Now, it may not look like a fridge very much yet, but once we get this thing roofed off, it'll at least be an enclosed space. There we go, they're just about done with the roof now. And now with power running, we can start to look at the temperature overlay for the fridge. So it is cooling down. We don't have much of a buffer here, but in a few moments it should start to drop in our fridge area. And okay, it is taking a little while because it's such a large space, but now you can see that the temperature inside, 48 Fahrenheit, is 5 degrees cooler than outside, and it's starting to separate off from the rooms around it. Now with light and power, we can start to store food in here in our fridge and warm up in our living space over here. So speaking of separating out spaces, the next big win for our colonists is going to be a rec room. So I've planned out a small area right here with lots of entrances for coming and going that will have marble walls and look really nice. Okay, and once again, we're just finishing off roofing this place up, and it may not look very good, but it's a start for a rec room. We've got some lights up over here too, so that should light them up on the inside. It looks like the temperature in our fridge isn't
Alright, I gotta switch controllers. This is just too much.
Keep the food from spoiling for a good bit more time. Now, along with the rec room over there, the next thing that's probably important is getting a separate research space. Up until now, we've been researching just in our sort of stockpile zone, which is a really a multi-purpose room right now. But if we can bring that over to its own space and then clean that up, it's going to give us a big research speed factor boost. We're just getting a little bit of work done there. And okay, they're finally finished. Just ignore the lack of floors. Over here we're getting started on our workshop. So we've got sort of a compound coming into shape over here. We've got multi-purpose barracks, fields for planting that will start to flesh out, fridge and kitchen, butcher, rec room, and everything else up top. Later on we'll get started on bedrooms. You can see we start getting that laid out up here. But for now, back to work. And now we're just completing work on the workshop. Once we have this stone cutter's table inside, that's going to give us a big bonus to production. And alongside that, at last, we have some space for our own individual bedrooms. We need to get these things cleaned up because right now they're awful bedrooms, which is pretty terrible, so we want to get on that ASAP. But it's nice to have some privacy at last. You know, this is where the major work of the colony takes place, separating out all the individual workflows. Now it's not all just jumbled up in one room. It's visible to behold with the eyes. The separation of each of the workspaces, the efficiency, the construction. Truly it is a splendiferous joy to gaze upon with one's eyes. Alright, and with all that, that gives us 70% research speed, which is still just heating up, but now we've hit intellectual, well, we're just about reaching level 10. There we go, Blaze. Yes, level 10 in intellectual. Just speeding up now in our research. Speaking of speeding up, we're going to start paving some concrete paths. This is always a nice, satisfying step. With all that handled, now we won't be walking at 87%, but 100 speed over these paths. Once that's done, circulation throughout the colony should improve quite drastically. Right now, with the paths paved, we're just getting on to building a block around our geothermal vent. We just want to hold this door open as soon as we're done with the construction over here. Let's just walk in that space, because otherwise this could cause some sort of overheating of the vent. And there we go. Just a little bit of a containment device device, we shouldn't actually be roofing that. Let's just remove that roof as we go so that the heat can kind of filter off. There we go. It's actually quite unexpected. We've had a pretty decent colonist just crash land here. I'm just going to pause time. Death in only 4 hours, so we should probably do some tending. But tough, fast learner and annoying voice, which isn't so good, but the other two traits are quite amazing. Minla Bentley, age 24.
Sorry.
And she is actually quite good at mining and melee, so this is probably a colonist worth picking up. If she doesn't want to stay, we'll make her. Let's just do a really quick tend right here, just only 3 hours and stabilized. Alright, well, we don't have an actual prison cell right now, so we're just going to use the geothermal vent room. That's not exactly ideal, so it would be better if we just planned another prison cell over here. I know that this is a diversion of resources, but hey, we're really good at constructing now, so we might as well just make use of that to make our prisoner comfortable if we can't really give her the time right now. And okay, we finished off the prison cell. Well, more or less, there's still some debris from the creation of it there. I used wood floors here, and if we just bring over Midla, there we go. So she should be somewhat more comfortable. It is a poor bed, but hey, at least she has some surroundings if we just clean that up. What do we get for room quality? Still awful, dull, now mediocre. Okay, so that'll keep her from going crazy quite as often. We have set her to recruitment now, but she has only 13 resistance, which is not really that high, so she should be fairly easy to convince to join our faction. Now, getting a nice roof overhead there too. And we're just bringing down Minla's resistance here. Should be just about at 0 now. Okay, a little bit more time has gone by, and now I'm thinking it's just about recruitment time. Just speed up a little bit here, and okay, Minla has joined the colony, so let's take a look at Minla. She is, as mentioned before, a very good miner and also perhaps melee combatant. The traits are net positive. Annoying voice isn't great for relationships with other colonists, but tough and fast learners certainly are, so welcome aboard. And we've also just got a bulk goods trader arriving. Let's go ahead and see what they've got. Alright, potentially useful. They have some cloth that we've been looking for, as well as some steel, and we can sell them some of our rice. We're just going to go in here. Right, with another colonist working, we can just finish up here on geothermal generator research. So now we can go over here to our geothermal vent we've blocked off, and over to power, we can just add that in over here. Now, we may not have the steel, but soon we will have it. And there's enough work to go around in the colony. Now this is going to kind of ease up our workers here. We've also just got these bedrooms floored just to keep things clean. Eventually, I will start to put in some hallways here, and you can see a little bit of the steel underneath the doors. Things are beginning to look actually somewhat more organized. Right, and we've just got all the steel we needed for this project to be finished, and nice. Now we have power generation going, so we can hook that into our grid. We don't need to get rid of our wind turbine. That will just add to our kind of fluctuating battery power, but this should make our battery fully powered and operational. You can see that we've got some excess here now, and there it goes, fully charging. Although I gotta say, we're starting to get some bigger raids now. We've just been raided again by Gas Band. They are mostly just carrying primitive weaponry like clubs and knives, but this one has an auto pistol. Is he any good at shooting? No. All around, quite terrible combatants. Let's just get into positions. It looks like they didn't actually lose anyone on there. Might be a bit of a shootout. So we're going to have to get into position. We want to make use of our one spike trap right here. Maybe we can stay inside, although they might be able to set fire to some of our crops. Just stand right there. It looks like they're trying to get through the doorway, and we've got one down. We can stand over here. It looks like their gunman is over there. I think we can just take cover behind this tree, and we're shooting. We're in a shootout. Okay, I think this position is slightly better. We've still got one spike trap between us and then no blaze. Run away, run away. And it looks like we just took down the last one. Now Skulk over here, we'll just let him go through so that he doesn't start beating us. Blaze did take some minor wounds there, but nothing broke the skin. Okay, unexpected, but it looks like Rousseau tried to Minla by joking about, of course, machine personas. Minla became aroused and agreed to become Rousseau's lover, so we have new lovers now. We're going to need to create a double bed up here for them, as we'll probably do with the rest of our colonists. We'll just kind of rearrange these rooms a bit so that we can fit those in there. The love is in the air. Okay, so in addition to
that, the next thing I've assigned is to just create a major concrete over here. We want to get some sort of combat area where we can fight anyone who comes and tries to attack our base. And now it's finished. Alright, so that is the whole area done. Alright, just by a random event, we've had a brave named Kruger has arrived and wants to join the colony. She's willing to contribute, but will not leave voluntarily. Okay, usually with these people, it pays to accept them, see how they are, and if I don't like them, just banish them. So let's see. Kruger, okay, who are you? You are actually pretty good. Well, your melee and shooting are pretty amazing. Nervous undergrounder, not exactly my favorite traits, but definitely not so bad. And some crafting skill to boot. I'd say yes, you're allowed to stay. We also just finished up the double beds here, so now we have Minla and Russo sleeping together so that they can be happier and get a whole set of very overpowered mood buffs along with it for sleeping together. Alright, the next thing I've just added to our defense area is a set of granite walls and sandbags, just so that we can be at an advantage standing behind these. I may have to change the location of some of this stuff, also to slow down whoever's incoming from down here with maybe a sandbag dotted area, but that's for later. Alright, we've had some people land in drop pods with the raids, so I've just drafted the colonists right here. We've got incoming melee attack. We've captured one Pigman colonist, and we have to stabilize him right now, but we have him over at the bed. We might as well just take him there. This is Lube, L-U-U-B, or Lube. Who can really say, but only 3 hours till death. I just don't think there's any time right here. We just need to tend him. This is emergency care. Not very good. This guy got shredded up. Yeah, just totally torn apart by gunshot. It's just how we have to do something. Blaze is also not in particularly good condition. What are you doing just sitting there? Self-tend, please. Fortunately, he does have more time, though, so we can just let him be. But yeah, Russo was uninjured from the fight, so at least someone is standing. And this is looking like a close one. I think we have him just barely stabilized right here. Yeah, we keep staying at 2 hours as long as Russo remains in his right mind without going crazy. Okay, and 4 hours. Good, he's stabilized. We will attempt to recruit him because he's a very, very good colonist. Despite the fact that he's greedy, he is going to be our main planter, as well as some construction ability, as well as fantastic medical skill. And it looks like Blaze is going on a sad wander, but he did manage to patch up his own wounds, so we are safe for now. Now, we did get a minor infection in Blaze's right leg, but I just want to show this. We've done a little bit of tending. It was a decent tent, maybe not the greatest, but because of his super immunity, look at how rapidly he is gaining immunity to his infection. So we really don't need to get too worried here. We could do a little bit of tending, but I think he's going to recover just fine anyway. Okay, so that was quite a lot of raider bodies, so I piled them all up down here, but I've started to plan out an area for a crematorium. This is where it's not going to be in our colonist way anymore. We don't want them looking at all of these corpses, just getting upset.
They're going to be coming from over here. Alright.
But that's the plan for now. So the next thing you might notice is we've got some smoke leaf going here. We have 52 of it here in storage and another 75 over here. We finally just got our first major harvest, and now we're making some more smoke leaf joints over here. Now I'm going to keep it over here in storage in our rec room. It may not be a very good rec room. It may just have dirt floors and, well, look quite horrible, but it'll start to look better sooner or later. We're going to be keeping only smoke leaf there, as well as assigning some policies here for social use. Let's go ahead and we'll make our policy, maybe this will work. Eventually we will use more substances, but every 2 days, only if mood is below 30%. Now, using smoke leaves, or smoke leaf joints, makes your colonists move more slowly, and it lowers their state of consciousness, but it does ease them, so it's really not the first line of defense, but it is a pretty easy one to produce. So that is what we have for right now. It looks like Kruger is just bringing those in. And look, we've got 4 emergency smoke leaf joints. This is perfect. Now, along with that, we've been doing a lot of throwing up, so it's time to stop getting food poisoning. We've just got 79.97 and 1 more meal to produce before Russo reaches cooking level 8. Can you believe it? Level 8. Now we just have to focus on keeping the kitchen clean, and we won't get any more food poisoning anymore. So that is quite a nice thing to have. That won't slow our colonists down, and just generally everyone will work a lot more efficiently. We've got our butcher area over here too, so we keep the
dirtiness away from the cleanliness, of course. Alongside that, we're just finishing up our granite electric crematorium area right here. So we now have separation of all these. Let's just set up this stockpile so we can actually take these things in a minute. But that is kind of a nice workflow. We can just have corpse cremation forever, and we'll do it just in the local areas so that they don't get distracted with ones far away. But that is pretty useful. Let's use some of that right now. So yes, we are disposing of those nicely. Alright, we were digging under mountain for steel, but we've just had a small infestation spawn. So I think we can take this out from a safe distance over here. Let's just get everyone drafted and lined up. Looks like we've attracted the mega spider's attention. He's just standing over there. If we can take these things on one at a time. Alright, here we go. Now we've just lined up outside a bunch of rocks, and okay, we've hit it with a pump shotgun. It's running back to its lair. We've got it between us, and we did hit it before it even touched us, so jolly good. And now we've just got one spellipede left. Let's all just line up, maybe get a little bit further off. That's a little close. Now this is much weaker than the mega spiders, so not really any worry here, and it's dead. Yet another victory for the forces of the Passion Colony. We've named our colony Heat, after not only the geothermal heat that we are extracting, nor the heaters themselves, but mainly for the passionate heat with which we conduct our everyday lives. And love is in the air at last. Now, Minla and Russo have decided to get married. I unfortunately did not remember in time to build a marriage spot, so I just put one over here for maybe the next marriage, but whatever. I suppose that a marriage out in the rain is perfectly good. Alright, now they are married, and colonists are celebrating the occasion in the ashen heat of the dirt. That will give them a significant mood buff. Got married to Minla, so 30 days of plus 40 mood buff. This is a really great time for the colony to get some solid work done. And lo and behold, unexpected, but Minla is now, where we go, held pregnant. First trimester. Marriage results in coitus, which results in new people. So here we go. Amazing. Russo is the father, and now we've got a newborn colonist on the way. And not only that colonist, we're going to need more to take care of the babe, which Lube is now down to 1.0 resistance, so we'll be recruiting Lube shortly. Okay, and it looks like Minla's just getting the last of the prisoner resistance down there. We're now at 0, and if we just speed up time a little bit, Minla should recruit Lube. Okay, here we go. So now we have a new planter as well as doctor for our colony. He may be greedy, but we can address that by giving him a very nice bedroom, and he will probably sleep up here, but we just need to clean this up a bit. Wow, after all of that hard work now, 5 colonists. Can you believe it? No longer will we live in the awkward days of one colonist wearing 5 hats, doing so many jobs, but now with 5 colonists and one more new one on the way, we can shape and change, mold in our image. And along with the segmentation of all the different workshops, all the various fixtures and places to go, it's looking like we've passed through those awkward phases, the growing phases of the early game. Although, you know, we still do have dirt floors, vomit, and blood on the floor. Maybe that's the next couple of things to assess, but for right now, things are looking pretty good. And everything I would just say is going quite swimmingly right now. Right, a little bit more planning has transpired, and I think we can start to get a bit of a slowdown in the way of our causeway right here, where we have a moment to line up. I've just planned out some dotted sandbags so that any raiders will be slowed down trying to hop over each individual sandbag toward our base. Now, along with all those new defensive traps, you can just ignore all of the blood. Many of the wild animals seem to keep running into these, so it's a mess to clean up, but hey, at least that's free meat. I have now separated out an infirmary in this room. Now, it's not a very good infirmary at all in any way, but it's at least separated from the rest of our base, as well as being close to the front where colonists are most likely to get injured. So, in the event of someone getting badly wounded, we can just quickly bring them into this room. Of course, it will need some sterilization. Alright, the next task has been to heat up our research room. As you may know, research takes a bit of a debuff if it's too cold or if it's dirty in the room. So right now we're at only 68% speed. Now the base value is 75% for one of these wood tables, although It can get slowed down if you're outdoors. We are indoors, so we get 100% of that value. Room cleanliness is not perfect, but we do get a reading bonus because of, I suppose, light. Although right now we could be researching quite a bit faster, so we'll work on that next. I've also started to double wall this whole area just so that we can keep in more temperature, because as it's showed up, this area, despite the fact that we are in the middle of the world around the equator, it's just been very cold in this colony, so I've been trying to keep everything warm. You wouldn't expect it because we are front and center in the world right here. I guess we could be slightly further south, so there may be slight seasonal change, yeah. Although this is a very cold planet that we're living on. I mean, we're in December right now, and it's 46 Fahrenheit out. Even in the summer, it was still quite cold for much of the time. You can kind of see some of the temperature starting to take shape. So here we've got our stockpile room. That is somewhat warm. We want to work on our research room next. Our fridge is good and cold, but we want to warm up rooms like the infirmary and perhaps the bedrooms. Those are also very important. And we've just got the fire spreading now. We've had a psychic ship land, despite the fact that these mechs are on fire. They are indeed fireproof. This is going to be annoying. Fortunately, it affects only males, so not all of our colonists. But we will need to rely on the power of Smokeleaf in order to just continue to avoid this for a while. It's not a problem we're exactly ready to solve. I mean, look at our current weapons. They're pretty terrible. We just have to sort of get better at living with it. But then eventually we will address it. I always think of a mech raid as an opportunity to kind of improve your surroundings. Usually they just try to induce your colonists to spiral into a mood break. So I use these opportunities to improve the bedrooms, the surroundings, and make my colonists very comfortable above all else. You can kind of see this. I've started to wall in and heat up our bed area because it is quite cold once again. Even in these bedrooms, it is currently it's around only 13 degrees Fahrenheit, well below freezing temperatures. So warming these places up would be of great import. Alright, we've had another one of those random events. A furry man named Delish. I'm not really sure how you pronounce this, but he has plenty of time left, although he is hypothermic, but, well, whatever. He's great with animals, but perhaps much more importantly, good at crafting. The ascetic and psychic lethal are pretty good. I like those traits. And not really any major health conditions. So, yeah, this is another potential colonist for our clan. And speaking of marriage, now Lube is also a very good doctor, so we've assigned him the task of overseeing the birth. And hopefully this will all go okay. We've cleaned out the room. We have Russo, the father, as a spectator. Just cross your fingers here. We don't really have very great medical facilities, but it's the best we can do. And it looks like a pretty healthy baby. Okay, healthy childbirth. And Minla looks pretty healthy after all that too. Now, I suppose the baby doesn't really have a name, Russo, newborn. I guess we'll wait on naming the baby Russo, because, well, that is technically Dad's last name. It's Jacob. So there you have it. The first child has been born to the heat. In the meantime, the psychic drone has intensified, but we've got a nice heater now, so people hopefully won't go crazy in their bedrooms, and the outdoor temperature is just slightly heated up too. Alright, the psychic drone has kind of come to a head. Everyone's on sort of a break risk right here. I still don't really think we're ready to deal with these things, but I've decided enough is enough. We need to just construct some traps here, just build up some sort of defense, and then go for it, because, well, really the dangerous one here is the scyther. Cut off someone's arm or leg, and that's no joke. It's only 3 of them, and I think we can take that many out of it. Alright, so here goes nothing. We have enough colonists predisposed to other paths, so let's just see if you fall. You've gone into the granite trap, and you should start to slow down now. Hopefully the others will come through here. It looks like we're outspeeding this scyther, though. That's at least 1 down. The others we can deal with. Okay, and another hit or 2 on the scyther. Just take it down. It's fast. We did manage to outspeed him again, though. It looks like this thing is just about to go down. Unfortunately, it doesn't bleed or leak oil or anything. And good, 1 down. Now we'll hopefully be able to attract one of the others through. Okay, if we can just get you to come through here. No, Blaze, go down. Go away. It's been shot. Good. He'll be alright. We just need to send the others in there. I know Blaze is down. The Lancer is faltering. Come on, we just got 1 shot at this, and crawl away, Blaze. Okay, we've got another one. Just head back for now. We'll deal with the rest later.
And enough of that. That psychic drone got to high levels that was getting to be a bit too much of a nuisance. The evil robots are no more. Alright, we've got a high-tech research bench. We've just got a pair of my favorite technologies researched now. Psychoid brewing for Psych IT, but perhaps more importantly, microelectronics, which now we can get an orbital trade beacon going, so that we can start to make all of our useless goods and any resources lying around into potential silver to be used in new trades for better goods that are more useful to us. Alongside that, we just sped up the production efficiency of our workshops here with these tool cabinets. So now those are applying to our art, tailoring, as well as our stone cutting benches over here, and we built in a smelter so we can make use out of just about all of the resources lying around on the map. Alongside that, we're also getting a nice healthy harvest of psychoid leaves, so those can be used in brewing psychite tea, which we'll be using quite a lot of. It is a very useful resource, as well as potentially starting a massive flake empire, which, as you know, is just about always the best way to earn money in RimWorld. Okay, with our defenses up, we've got a tribal raid.
Okay, I need to go get some more planks.
So they're quite robust. They're making their way through. They're getting slowed down on some of the obstacles here, but not most. I tried to ensnare them in some spike traps right here, but honestly, our main defenses here, I think, are just leaving too much surface area, so we keep needing to retreat back to this one space. We may want to invest in a bit of a melee colonist here, because this seems more necessary. And we've got a plague too. When it rains, it pours, I suppose, but only Russo has been injured. Not even breaking the skin. Wow. Amazing. And a little bit of healing up has occurred. We've also got machining research, so now we can start to get out our machining table for more advanced crafting and fabrication. Perhaps more importantly, or now with Russo as our melee fighter, we have crafted an excellent uranium mace, which has actually been given a title, Russo's Sidekick. Engraving of this weapon resembles Jacob Russo marrying Minla Russo in a dignified ceremony, so wow, like a custom design on his preferred weapon. This is incredible. This is a fantastic weapon for dealing with mechanoids later on, because it just has great armor piercing, and it is one of my favorite weapons in the game, the uranium mace. Indeed, wonderment is had by the mace. In the meantime, we've also got Delicious's, I guess that's how we'll say this person's name, Delish, I guess. Female, age 15, a fur person from Shayosh Yoishfur, an Inikin, whom we familiarized ourselves. And look, now one of us. And also has the animal war call ability, which is quite amazing. So now, also slightly better temperature insulation due to the fur skin, but amazing. Another colonist among our flock. And we've got what looks like another raid from Gas Band. Now we can just set up over here, though. We've got a little bit of a lineup here with some of these traps. Russo with the uranium mace is now able to fight them off. We've got half the raid down. And Tox Gas, yikes. Alright, what is our build up at? Initial, okay, we just need to get out of this, finish them off, and get out of here. Get out of that Tox Gas, though, before it builds up. That can cause health complications here. Now, Russo, he was the closest to the Tox Gas, and only 23%, though that is... But now we can dedicate that area and infirmary and the rest of our base. Along with that, we're starting to segment out and separate the temperature on more of our rooms. We've also got some of that sterile tile, if you can see it coming up in our research room. Still largely a work in progress. We keep kind of losing our place because of the sheer amount of construction we need to do just to build up our colony. But I will say right now, Blaze is really strongest. If it weren't for Blaze, this colony would fall apart, man. Look at all of his various areas that he's improved in. He's just so good at so many things. It's too bad he can't be in multiple places at once, because if he could, we might just need 2 of him, and he would be about as good as all of these colonies. That's good about picking the right colonies, say. We're finally last. Speaking of longer-term planning, I've decided to swap out all of our crops from rice to corn. We just have more than enough food to go around now. We've got 634 corn in reserve and 47 rice. I think it's safe to move over to the longer-term, less laborious crops now. That will save us some time and allow us to start spending more on tasks like crafting and higher order needs. Alongside that, that's also giving us more time for beer brewing. We now have hops over here. This is another area of research, but if we look over here in our we now have some good old Psychite ego. The assignment on this is perhaps a bit easier than we were on Smoke Leaf. So every day, if mood is below only 40%, I've instructed the use of this. And Psychite tea is actually quite good. It doesn't slow them down. See sleep fall rate times 80% and pain times 90%. So we don't really get that same debuff that we did from Smoke Leaf joints, which is why I think that is a fantastic recreational policy for them. Yayo and Flake are kind of a risk. Ambrosia is just not common enough, and beer, when we get it, is fine. Speaking of which, with the sterile floor coming in, and this is actually speeding up our research now to 99% in this room, just a little bit more to go. We're just finishing up on our beer brewing research, and amazing, now we can start to brew our very own homegrown beers. And now we're just about there at last. I find this part so satisfying when we take out the last specks of dirt from our research room, and it is perfectly clean and laboratorial. Right, we just had a growth moment. Hex, who is Russo's child, we've now given him this name. I'm not quite sure how he got this name. It was automatically generated, but somehow it fits. Like, he's destined to be a strong Achilles-like warrior. Now, age 3, we have quite horrible weather out right now, but Hex has become a child, so this is a growth moment. Old enough now to do the following work: basic, so like switch flicking, etc., hauling and cleaning. I don't believe we actually have any learning that takes place at this point, but now we have our learning meter, so he will do some sort of imaginative child's play, like sky dreaming, radio talking, floor drawing, nature running. Childish stuff, that is to say, and in that time he will select from more traits as he grows older, so more opportunities at learning on the right path toward maturity. And if he doesn't learn, he'll grow up to be dumb as a box of rocks. But we wouldn't want that to happen now, would we? Right, enough cold weather and toxic sludge clouds have led me to pursue greater insulation from the outer world. It's nice that colonists can get some outdoor time, but I also want them to be protected from deadly radiation fallout. So I've gone and made an airlock and a double wall here for our storage room, and I'll probably move more in this direction. As mentioned, this part of the world seems to be a whole lot colder than I'd originally anticipated. Right, mostly just a lot more efficiency and layout here. So I've noticed that colonists tend to take diagonal paths or straight paths from around here to here. So I've started to carve out all of these paths. I want my colonists to be moving quickly. I don't want food breaks. And now we come to assignments, which now that we're about to be getting beer brewing going. So I have some of these barrels fermenting beer in them. Or weren't right now for the moment, but it will become delicious beer for our colonists. The temperature is insulated therein, and then it will be placed on this shelf in the room of fun, the rec room, that is. Which unfortunately still just has dirt floors, but, well, I mean, there's plenty of smoke leaf and Psychite in there. That being said, we now have a new assignment for our beer. Amazing. So every day, below 40%. I've also swapped out Psychite tea to every 2 days, just so they don't have it quite as often. I don't want any of them to get any kind of abuse issues there. And, 35%. That way they stay far from mood breaks, and they remain happy, and generally speaking, productive citizens. As you can see, we are in progress right here, and we've finally got some of our beer fermented, so that's fantastic. We've also got a little bit of learning taking place, so lots more going on within the rec room itself. And if we just look at the growth tier right here, so we are now at learning 94%, 95%, and rising. And every day on short intervals, here we go, growth tier 0. So once he hits a higher growth tier, he'll have more traits to choose from as we go. So Hex is learning from the adults. Now researched hydroponics. We come to that elusive phase of a RimWorld playthrough where we have tamed nature. And now stands before us a choice. We can either keep living at the mercy of the fickle on and off of the seasons, or we can take what we know of science and engineering and put that toward maybe some sort of greenhouse. Leverage our use of hydroponics. We will build it probably down here around the southern part of the colony. We don't seem to be doing anything with this part. we could drain this area out. I'm just kind of canvassing for ideas. We aren't doing much
Man,
up there.
how the F was I
Central
getting
area
through
for our
all
colony.
this shit right
Now
here?
this is the plan. We're going to take a lot of marble that we've got lying around now. We're going to place a sun lamp in the middle of the floor, right on its, well, I can trace it out right here, but this is about the footprint of our greenhouse area. And what we will create here will be an insulated growth area for plants that will be independent of temperature and seasons. If we look outside, it is blue out. It is extremely cold. We want to warm that up inside for the year-round raising of the plants. We don't want to depend anymore on seasonal independence for our growth. Not to mention in these hydroponics basins we'll be laying out, we will also get fantastic bonus to growth. So people just kind of lay these out and then build them one by one as we go. Just when you least expect it, we're being raided by, well, furries. It's time to gather everyone up. This looks like an impromptu firefight. Fortunately, they're separated. We just have to get Pex the child to safety. There we go. Okay, we've got him to safety, and now we can start taking them out. There's a lot of these guys around here. I think we can just get into a group. Okay, we've got out the chain shotguns and just about everything else we need. That is actually quite a lot of bloodshed. Right, well, furry raids are no laughing matter, although, when you look at it, Russo has needed a heart for a while. The artery blockage that he's got going on is now at 38%, so we're at only 57% heart efficiency. Not so great, so I'm thinking we can harvest one of these for, well, not the liver with cirrhosis, but we could probably get a heart off of one of these, so we're going to go in for a heart. Right, Lube is our greatest doctor, so let's see if we can just get a clean heart out of this one, and if we do, then that adds a lot more time to Russo's life. Russo is pretty important. Okay, there we go, we did get the heart. Alright, a couple more tasks I'm planning on handling now that we've got that heart back on and our colonists are doing better. I'm going to put out some gun turrets here in the central planting area, one here along the edges, just that we have some form of defense if somebody drop pods in on us, just like that again. Other thing too I've started to handle, and maybe I'll change the coloration here, it still looks pretty ugly, but I've put in a carpet into our rec room. It's mostly just dirt now, but later, trust me, it will look nice. Alongside that, 1, 2, and 3, we can put in some turrets here in our kind of kill box area and hope for the best over there. Alongside that, we've also got the greenhouse up and running now. Now, we won't be getting any hydroponics bays in for a little while just because we need, well, more components than steel because we're using those for other tasks right now. But hey, at the very least, this gives us a reliable crop, and the temperature in here is pretty good. We've got 69 degrees Fahrenheit from our heater in here, and double walled in gives us that airlock. So it's 38 outside, around 48 in the airlock, and then 69 once you get inside. So pretty nice way to create a controlled
Where are we
environment.
gonna attack
Okay, this
at?
is somewhat awkward. I'm actually going to pause time just to explain this here. So I've been strip mining out the northern mountains. We need more, well, more of everything, but mainly more steel. But we've hit an infestation up here. This is actually not a bad way to deal with an infestation. We may just wait a little while, but I think we will be ready to confront this because we do have one strong melee fighter, but we just have to fill the gap. I'm going to wait until they fall asleep. Okay, the positioning is
What
kind
am I
of
getting
awkward
hit
here,
by?
but I have managed to get our main melee fighter right there, and everybody else lined up back behind them. Alright, just 2 nests, not too bad. Only, what did we get on Russo? Just minor injuries, hopefully. Actually, no, they're horrible injuries. Someone else handle it, maybe Blaze, because he is the most lively and sanguine among our colonists. Someone else beat that one to death. I don't want it getting back up. They deserve to die. Good, though, we've got the nests. And honestly, as far as infestations go, not all that bad. You can take out that one. I don't want any more of these things spawning, but thusly, we keep these passages only 1 tile wide. Go over there, just beat it up. Do better. Alright, infestation clear. Alright, and after the fight, back at the base, we've actually got a multi-analyzer up and running now, so this is going to bring our research speed up from 98% all the way to 108%. So the multi-analyzer allows new research as well as enhances our research speed, which I suppose we could bring it up even more if we clear this out. But hey, well, actually, there is quite a lot of dirt right now, but just you wait. Once we get that dirt off the floor, that will enhance the research speed yet even more, and
Last clip here.
the colony is really picking up now. We've got a lot of stuff going on. As you can probably tell, Russo is wearing a flak jacket right now, so I would like to produce more of this type of armor. It's pretty good until we get to any type of, like, cataphract or recon armor, which, generally speaking, just skipping straight to cataphract from flak is pretty good. At least for me, I find that the cataphract is just so good, you don't want to pass it up. And flak it's not too many resources, it's still worth it. So I'm thinking now we'll go in at our machining table and we'll start to make some flak helmets, vests, jackets, and pants. Of course, we aren't really that great at crafting, so this is going to take a little while, but hey, our tool cabinet is speeding it up to 112% work speed, so that's nice to have that stuff getting made so we're ready for future combats. Other thing is we've got another psychic drone. This time it's only a female psychic drone, and I don't actually believe we have as many female colonists. Yeah, I think it's just Kruger and Minla. So the males do outnumber the females in this colony by quite a bit. We've got a 2 to 5 ratio, so we may be able to live with this for a little bit longer, just kind of assuaging their needs as we go, because this one does look, well, honestly, quite a lot more fearsome than the last one. We have multiple scythers, 3 as well as pikemen and a lancer, so, you know, we're just going to have to live with it for a while. I mean, in the meantime, it's not so bad. Our hospital's quality has improved a lot. We've got sterile flooring, we have actual hospital beds in there, and even more micromanaging workflows, like we now have a place for our pants in the prison cell. We have beer brewing going on in our fridge. And our rec room, although it looks objectively horrendous, we are getting a rating of slightly impressive on it, so at least to our colonists' eyes, this is better. Now we've got some of the flak armor creation occurring. Amazing. Kruger is the crafter, and that is perfect. We've had a raid from another Impid faction, mostly just tribals, but we did locate one prisoner who is somewhat useful, Ketskevich. This is, well, we can switch to recruit. Oh, only 6 resistance, which is amazing because this colonist is incredible. Undergrounder, trigger happy, and body modder. Now, body modder, I feel, is an easier trait to work with than body purist, simply because over time, one's colonists become modified. Not really their biological starting cells. People get bionic legs, bionic arms, etc. So, probably better than the other way around, to be honest with you. As well as construction, mining, and cooking, all around amazing, as well as I wish that these passions worked better, but, you know, the Impid debuff is not really helping us there. Artistic is fine, but generally a good colonist, and also fire screen ability to boot. Okay, we've had another transport pod crash. This one's named John. He is technically not considered a prisoner, so let's just see if he comes of his own will, and then go from there. Although we do have a fully functional hospital now, and let's check him out. So is he 5 more hours left to bed, so he's pretty much fine. Fast walker and a scenic, I mean mainly fast walker, just that he can get around and haul, as well as these are useful. Melee is now becoming more and more handy as we go in our playthrough, as well as construction, and mining is amazing. It's a very grindable skill, but exactly what you would expect of a farm boy. John, welcome to the colony. And if he doesn't decide to join, we will just imprison him until he submits. I'd honestly say that things are going pretty swimmingly right now. You know, there is a lot of blood on the floor, and, well, the rec room, it doesn't really look very good at all, but, you know, we have enough emergency backup measures now. We have our gun turrets, we have our slightly nicer living quarters. The only things we're really missing are those kind of fancy living bits, the copious carpets all over. There is still a bunch of crap on the ground. There's dirt. We need to bring order at right angles.
Oh no, what the fuck?
Nature, but we're getting
How
one
did
thing
the
at a time,
fucking
one foot in
make
front of the other, and before you know it, we'll be living in a city, a glitter world city. Okay, we got lucky here. John has decided to join, so we didn't even have to imprison and gaslight him. But here he goes. John, age 37, med-cap. So does he have a bedroom now? I guess we can go in with another bedroom. He's starting to get quite crowded in here. John, welcome, John. And it is with immense satisfaction that I am proud to announce that we added floors to our record. I think, you know, color coordination isn't my strongest suit.
Oh my god, we got this fucking dude right here. And I'm out of fucking bullets.
But hey, it's better than the literal dirt we were living with
He's gonna destroy it. Well, this is over there now. Maybe we can just get him into this thing.
For all intents and purposes, a Roomba child. This is really the best he can do when he's not learning, making our lives.
Hey, he's just ignoring me.
Which that being said, we've been living for, well, months now with this extreme psychic drone, so I think of this as an opportunity because
he's coming back.
Too afraid.
Yeah, he's coming back. He's frozen for a second.
While we still don't have the military resources to just
I don't know if we're gonna beat him, but
Alright, this is somewhat of a ridiculous task now, but I hate the appearance
maybe
of
not with this weapon.
so I decided to just cover everything in concrete. This way they won't around wasting Pex's time to clean the floors. At last, it's all just about done, and it looks much more, dare I say it, industrial. Along with that, I'm very proud to announce we have just recruited Ketskovich to our faction, so now no longer a prisoner, but a worker, and a construction worker, a miner, and a cook at that. Quite a useful set of skills, multifaceted here as we go along on our journey into the mid-game. You can also notice up top a lot of our colonists starting to replace all of their headwear with
yeah, we got it. Just didn't get the boss.
but protected on the head. Okay, we've got a new raid tech. We have some mechs coming in. These are mining mechs. We have termites, although that is kind of stifled the way that they come in. So we have the positions here. I think we have the weaponry needed, but we probably have to stand back more. Right, we're getting into position behind the wall. We're just going to let the turrets start to handle this one. Also go ahead and call this mega slot by releasing the animal war call to summon it to fight as a familiar for our cause. Right, it looks like they're mostly through, they're just breaking in, but if we just get the EMP grenades in place and, alright, we're firing. It's a risk, but I mean, we kind of have to take it right here. Just have to go slow. And, right, John probably needs to retreat. Just have to lure the rest of them in. We go one at a time. That's it, stun them all. Prevent them from shooting us, and we're just about wrapped up here with the mechs. Alright, we're kind of taking a beating. I'm getting colonists losing hands, losing feet, losing legs. We're going to start to move back toward the offensive, so Rusa's artery blockage is now major. I haven't really trusted the doctor up until this point, but who's our best colonist? Good Blaze at 9, which is actually pretty good. I think he has a good chance of installing this hardware, especially at this hospital. We've also got vitals monitors now. Just cross your fingers he doesn't botch the surgery. Okay, actually medical level 10 and successful heart installation. Now we're dealing with stronger opponents though, so this might become more of a pressing concern. Organ replacement is quite important from here on in. Alright, along with all that, we have another birth here from Minla. She is in labor again, and hopefully, okay, another baby. Just all of the same family. There's not really much telling about this baby. It is a female baby. That's really all we know right now. The baby is suffering from the extreme psychic drone, but, well, whatever. Deal. Another thing I'm doing is just starting to handle bedrooms, so I'm putting in carpeting room by room. I think, I personally think it looks a lot better, but, well, that's for powers that be to decide. After a lot of dealing with psychic drones, I'm pretty much getting sick of it, so I've decided to just take a sniper to these things. We just have one of them, but I figure while we had a trader visiting, this would be a good opportunity, so I'm just trying to deke them out here. I figured Blaze would be good at this with 14 shooting, but it's still just taking him a really long time to hit one. Okay, I've actually woken her, so now we can just kind of run back. So we've got the Scythers coming. So even if we can't deal with all of the mechs, we can at least get the Scythers here. And, alright, they'll take out the turret, but hey, deal with the traders. I mean, maybe they'll drop some stuff too. At least we've got a couple solutions lined up now to this thing. Oh no, yeah, they are taking out our turret. There it goes, never mind. I mean, better their problem than ours, I figure. Just let them deal with it. If we can attract the others, that's great. Alright, looks like they got all of the Scythers here. That leaves just one Lancer and 2 pikemen left. Alright, I'm afraid of being shot. I have to retreat for now. Alright, just sort of a max range sniper fight, but that is one more psychic drone taken out. And we've got another raid. This time it's Neanderthal tribals. These guys are pretty chunky and strong, so we're going to have to watch out here. Fortunately, our slowdown traps will work against these guys, and I've got a better array of spike traps here for them to run through as they get up. But unfortunately, our firing positions here just aren't really working. There's just too much surface area for melee troops to wash upon, so we're going to have to stand here again at the entrance and, well, lean heavily on the power of one of our melee fighters, but that does seem to be working actually pretty well. Fortunately, the speed that they move through here actually gives us time to bring all of our fighters to the front line. I'm going to see if we can at least start off like this, but yeah, we're going to have to run back pretty quickly. Yeah, see, even this, we don't really hit them right. Okay, now we have to retreat after only one or two are through, because they have to deal with all our traps and switch places. Yeah, I think you'll agree that this is far better. So that might blow up and just take a few of them out. No. Right, at least it won't hit us. Whatever, fine. Very good. Very good. And even if they stand there, they're just gonna get shot. So they'll let them gang up on one of our guys. And this is kind of a risk for the melee fighter, but hey, I mean, we take them out fast at least. Okay, not the best fight. Russo actually just lost his right hand. Not amazing, not very cash money. If the hand is gone, the whole arm is covered. Yeah, this is why I don't prefer
500 gold.
as a colonist, or if I do get that.
Llama.
Your hand will be healed. I mean, well, it won't be healed, it'll be replaced. Your hand will be healed. Alright, at last, after a little bit of time, we got a growth moment for Hex. So now we get to choose 3 skills for passions. We do actually have some pretty good choices here. Probably gonna go with, like, plants, construction, and mining. Might have to double check that. Kind is also quite good. That way it'll be agreeable to everyone of the kind.
Oh, I got
And he's already developed some of these
2
other skills,
legendary
shooting,
weapons.
melee, and social, probably just from watching other people work and learning. And at last, 4 years into our expedition, now snow is falling again, taking over the landscape. You know, we've really mastered and tamed nature now. Greenhouses, we're no longer dependent on the seasons for fields. And from the comfort of the indoors, we can just sort of enjoy the changing of the seasons without being at their mercy. On the inside, we keep mining deeper and deeper into the mountain, exposing the rich veins, the mineral deposits, all more than enough to sustain us a long time. Along with this, we're in pretty desperate need of it. We're just about done with prosthetics research. Once this is finished, we can get onto more advanced ones, a little bit further down the line. Yeah, bionic replacements, and we'll be able to create limbs better than the ones we were naturally born with. Don't mind me, just dealing with another furry raid, as it is my custom to do so. These are going to be kind of a nuisance, but mostly the tribal types are fine, except this one colonist actually seemed pretty good, so I thought I would stop here. Super immune, trigger happy, and hard worker is just a fantastic set of traits. Although psychically dull can be an advantage too. Shooting and construction double tap. Kyle Harris, we are taking him prisoner, and hopefully
It's not mathing right now.
all the other furries lay dead on the ground. We also improved the prison cells so that they don't go crazy and try to freak out and destroy our entire faction. It is still slightly cold in here, but hey, at least while you're cold, you can enjoy our lovely carpets. We've been engaging in some intermittent trading here at our comms console. We've got our great ideas to beam things up and down from outer space. Instrumental to all of this is our Lake Lab.
I think
Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I touch from the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse?
That's true.
They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the megaverse. When I'm living in the
Yeah. Alright.
Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, in the megaverse. Through your universe. They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse.
Santos, KPRC. I never hit the noon ever. Ever.
Yeah, I had to do my mouth.
Say it one more time.
Nah, hell no, bro. This is.
Wait, you gotta say that one more time.
Hell no. You heard me, bro. Hell no.
This dude, I was smiling. Yo, I'm actually believing you would do this shit. You did what with she? No.
Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static.
we're ready to expand again. When you're ready to start the fight, select Expand Shield from the Storm Shield console.
Welcome to War Games, soldier! I'm not sure what that button did, but I'm guessing you're in for a wild ride, Rook. Do not go near those anomalies, Rookie! No touchy! Heavy explosives mode! Watch out for exploding huskies! Those suckers are gassy! We have got rifts! Look out! If you want to shorten that wave timer, then get some time cheats on the double! Didn't I tell you? Simulation timer shortened. You enjoy that anomaly slurping down your life force, Rookie? I didn't think so!
Creeper!
Want to shorten the simulation timer? Then keep your little peepers peeled for time cheats!
Can't. No. Sorry.
Protect the fort!
I am aware. Y'all ain't bears.
Nope.
I was a bear.
Uh-uh. No. Nope. Can't.
I am aware. I was aware.
Sorry.
Hey, look. Husk.
Can't. No. Nope.
Move! Defense point is moving to one of your amplifiers.
Sorry. Can't.
Smasher's here. Great. Yeah, I see you. Catch a husk, win a prize!
get yourself back in the game, you'll need your teammates to bring you back.
Let's see.
Soldier, I am proud of you. Not like throw you a parade proud, but you did good.
magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the megaverse. When I'm living in the Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, in the megaverse. Through your universe. They say in this life, if you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the megaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? In the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the megaverse. When I'm living in the Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You can move faster, you can move. Yeah, I really did that. you could say static. Life is a beautiful madness. You could move faster, you could say static. Let's get dramatic.
We're ready to expand again. When you're ready to start the fight, select Expand Shield from the Storm Shield console.
Life is a beautiful madness. You could move faster, you could say static. Life is a beautiful madness. You could move faster, you could say static. Let's get dramatic. Yeah, I really did that. You could move faster, you could move. Yeah, I really did that. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the metaverse, in the metaverse.
The storm's closing in. You'll take damage in the storm, so stay moving and watch your map. Bonus objectives are in play.
Sorry. Uh-uh. Can't. No. Nope.
Hey, look! Husk!
No.
Bonus challenge success! Good job, team!
Can't.
5 minutes left! Stack! That!
Sorry.
Loot!
Uh-uh. Can't. Nope. No.
Husk.
Sorry. Can't. Let's see.
Keep an eye on your objectives. Smash it, grab it, and get ready to run. We're heading home.
Nope. No. Can't. Sorry.
It's a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic.
I've got nothing to hide. What? Rated X for X-ray. What? How safe are these X-rays?
If you can't do, you watch. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Reboot, restart like magic. Keep popping up like a real bad habit. Reboot, restart like magic. Let's get dramatic. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse? When I flex in the metaverse, when I jump through your universe. Why would I live in the real world when I'm living in the multiverse?
ready to expand again. When you're ready to start the fight, select Expand Shield from the Storm Shield console.
Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Life is a beautiful madness. You can move faster, you can stay static. Let's get dramatic.